Patriot Summit Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. The U.S. Treasury declared U.S. Inc. a private corporation, insolvent. The mainstream media missed it. Make way for the era of financial freedom. As Trump paves the way for sovereign citizens to own their own monies, let the mainstream media try to dismiss that. Judy note, the U.S. Inc. government is insolvent. Over $41 trillion in debt. That's the conclusion of the Treasury Department's own 2025 financial statements, released last week to near total media silence. The numbers, $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30th, 2025. And there's a link to an article at fortune.com. The Treasury just declared the U.S. insolvent. The media missed it. The article in the respected Fortune magazine was by Steve H. Hank and David M. Walker. Steve Hank is a professor of applied economics, Johns Hopkins University, and member of the board of directors, the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation. David Walker's the former Comptroller General of the U.S. and chairman of board of directors at the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation. Both were appalled that the mainstream media failed to pick up the dramatic story that affects the entire nation and the world. The question is why? Why? Why didn't the media care? Reason? U.S. government that is insolvent is really U.S. Incorporated, or deep state Satan-worshipping Illuminati cabal, private banker corporation which has controlled U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913, and which drove America into bankruptcy in 2008, making the fiat U.S. dollar status official. Reason? U.S. Inc. has controlled the mainstream media forever. The plan was to drive America's financial status into the ground, so the people would accept a digital currency backed by nothing, and thus the cabal could have complete control over everyone. They called it the Great Reset. Klaus Schwab wrote a book about it. Everything was going as planned for the cabal until along came the BRICS nations accompanied by Trump and the coup plan to save the world. While the BRICS nations evaluated 209 countries' currencies to be gold, asset-backed, and planned a global currency reset, Trump went around the world and organized the Global Military Alliance to arrest the bad guys. Then he flew 650 plane loads of gold out of tunnels beneath the Vatican where the bad guys had hidden it, and put it back into its rightful place in the new U.S. Treasury, located on an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system as the primary financial system for the nation. The global activation, including release of NESARA funds, set for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, same date the fiat U.S. Inc. dollar would be officially dumped. Even though most in Congress had been blackmailed by the cabal to vote otherwise, they were forced into the decision by the Supreme Court's recent positive decision on the NESARA law. So, the bottom line was that on Wednesday, April the 1st, 2026, NESARA law activation will ensure that people worldwide will be debt-free from the deep state Satan-worshipping Illuminati who have had control of the global monetary system since at least 1913, according to Juan O'Savin, whom some say was JFK Jr., VP of the Restored Republic. This clandestine cabal, comprising the mega-rich elites, has not only controlled the world's financial institutions, but also controlled the media narrative that shaped our perceptions. An imminent black swan financial event, along with the help of the Global Military Alliance, was expected to dismantle their stranglehold and spark 209 countries transition to gold, asset-backed XLM, and XRP digital currencies. From the beginning, that cabal has been headed by the pretend Jews of the Khazarian Mafia. From the Trumpist forum on Telegram, we learned that 85 to 90% of those calling themselves Jews were in truth Khazarian Ashkenazis, whose ancestors supposedly converted from Satan worship to the Jewish faith in 740 AD. By taking control of the world's monetary banking system, they have ruled the earth for a very long time. In return for false promises of riches, power, and glory. Head of these false Jewish Khazars called themselves the Rothschilds. They lied about their Jewish origins to stake false claims on Israel through the Zionism movement for the purpose of creating endless wars from which they benefit by funding both sides. This wealthiest bloodline on earth built its empire through these lies, manipulation, and murder, extending into European royals and elite clans like the Rockefellers, Astors, DuPonts, and more. They changed names to infiltrate societies and secretly sire children for key power positions in governments, securing riches through national taxes. By the 1770s, they launched the Illuminati through Adam Weishaupt, embedding Talmudic teachings with Luciferian goals that evolved into the modern-day deep state network. His 5 sons spread across Europe, dominating finance to enslave the people. Their deep state agents engineered market crashes, currency wars, pushed bioweapon releases, rigged elections, engineered health emergencies, continued endless wars, and recklessly spent the people's taxpayer monies into fiat status as paid-off media puppets protected them. In 2026, the tide turned dramatically with Donald Trump and White Hats dismantling the deep state from within and worked with the BRICS alliance to force a global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies of 209 nations. For years, Trump's global military alliance had been making mass arrests that targeted bloodline operatives. Central banks were now faltering, and New World Order plans for one world government was collapsing. The House of Rothschild's criminal network faced its final reckoning, with their influence over uranium, nuclear power, and global finance shattered forever. President Trump, the Q movement, and the BRICS alliance, through their global currency reset, have forced a bank closure deadline of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. As of Thursday, March 26, bank users across the U.S. were reporting delayed bank transfers, pending transactions lasting longer than normal, temporary signal instability in key cities, stock market volatility spikes without explanation, increasing liquidity controls forcing rerouting of transactions, and accounts being frozen for no apparent reason. Banks were struggling to keep up with the load as the new gold asset-backed global financial framework took priority. In other words, the worldwide Rothschild's banks that were used functioning on the fiat US dollar were now failing because they could not back up their fiat money. It was advised to withdraw your monies from banks before they froze your account, which some banks have begun doing in their own desperate need to keep afloat. After Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, all adults on Earth will be invited into an official redemption center to set up your new gold asset-backed money account on the new Starlink satellite system. There you will have full sovereign power over your monies. Martial law. Thursday, March 26, 2026. Military is the only way. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 platform on Telegram. During these upcoming days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast across the globe in 77 different languages. These revelations will expose mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity. This was a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance. Trump was seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The military now served we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Global currency reset. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nisara Jisara funds set for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Friday, March 27th, 2026, the QFS goes live. Tier 4B notifications are already queued. The 800 numbers have been tested. The redemption centers are staffed. The deals are signed. The gold has moved. They've migrated the ledger, $23 trillion in U.S. debt, $8 trillion in offshore accounts. Every transaction, every loan, every dark money transfer since 1971, all of it moved from the old system to the new one. Friday, March 27th is a deadline for the Federal Reserve when the QFS goes live and when gold trades not in dollars but in quantum verified weight. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 notification to set appointments. The overwhelming majority of my bond people are telling me that they will be done between now and April 2nd. The overwhelming majority of my groups and banking contacts believe they will go between the 2nd of April and the 15th of April. I don't know the timing, but that is what they are being told. Mark Z on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Tuesday, March 24th, Wolvie says the bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen, and it has, and it is working very well. Wolvie says it has been 100% successful. A lady at a bank called Wolvie crying, saying, "This is the news we've been waiting for." Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days, he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas. Forwarded from Ginger Doucette. Thursday, March 26, Bruce, the big call. The QFS has a node for cryptocurrency. The central banks around the world are buying up gold to back their currencies. 4 different sources say Tier 4B notification could happen on Friday, March 27th or Saturday, March 28th, 2026. Tier 4B should get started with appointments before the end of the month on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. Global Financial Crisis, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. U.S. systems are showing real-time strain. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. What people are experiencing right now is no longer isolated. Across the United States, users are reporting delayed bank transfers and pending transactions lasting longer than normal. Major carriers experiencing temporary signal instability in key cities. Stock market volatility spikes without clear explanation. Payment processors flagging and rerouting transactions. At the same time, large banks are increasing internal liquidity controls. This is not being discussed publicly, but the signs are there. Financial infrastructure is being adjusted under pressure. Legacy systems are struggling to keep up with the load as new frameworks begin to take priority in the background. Thursday, March 26th, the complete history of the House of Rothschild, the Trumpets on Telegram. The Rothschilds have been in control of the world for a very long time, their tentacles reaching into every aspect of daily life as the ultimate control freaks, orchestrating chaos for profit. Claiming Jewish roots, they are in truth Khazarian Ashkenazis. From ancient lands, now Georgia, converting in 740 AD, without changing their Asiatic genes. 85 to 90% of those calling themselves Jews today are these Khazars, lying about their homeland to stake false claims on Israel while every prime minister there advances the fraud. This bloodline, the wealthiest on earth, built its empire through lies, extending into European royals and elite clans like the Rockefellers, Astors, DuPonts, and more. They changed names to infiltrate societies and secretly sire children for key power positions. In the foundational era, leading straight into today's battles, Mayor Amschel Rothschild rose by loaning massive sums to Prince William of Hesse and governments, securing riches through national taxes while funding wars on both sides. By the 1770s, he launched the Illuminati through Adam Weishaupt, embedding Talmudic teachings with Luciferian goals, and evolved into the modern deep state network. His 5 sons spread across Europe, dominating finance and sparking conflicts to reap endless harvests. In 2024 and 2025, their agents engineered market crashes, currency wars, and global resets, buying assets for pennies while pushing bioweapon releases and rigged elections to depopulate and enslave populations under digital control grids. Their hand appears in every major crisis, from engineered health emergencies to endless foreign wars, installing central banks in resistant nations and leaving only a handful free by 2026. Media puppets and hate speech laws protect the cabal, silencing truth seekers. Yet the Great Awakening surges as QAnons connect the dots to the synagogue of Satan, exposed in Revelation. In 2026, the tide turns dramatically with Donald Trump and White Hats dismantling the deep state from within. Mass arrests target bloodline operatives, central banks falter, and New World Order plans for one world government collapse in panic. Patriots worldwide rise against the satanic enterprise, exposing media complicity and elite rituals. The Rothschild empire, built on centuries of tyranny, crumbles as humanity reclaims sovereignty. Tribunals loom in 2027, promising justice in a golden age free from their grip. The light exposes the darkness and freedom prevails. The House of Rothschild's criminal network faces its final reckoning. With their influence over uranium, nuclear power, and global finance shattered forever. Stay vigilant, patriots. The storm is here, and victory is certain. What we think we know as of Friday, March 27, 2026. Thursday, March 26, President Trump. The International Olympic Committee has officially banned biological men identifying as transgender women from competing in all female sports. Thursday, March 26, the illegal alien in Pennsylvania caught voting in 5 presidential elections also committed fraud, stealing $260,000 in rental assistance, $100,000 in Social Security, $43,000 in SNAP, and a citizen's identity. Thursday, March 26, explosion reported at Texas' largest oil refinery in Port Arthur. Thursday, March 26, Iran gifted the U.S. 8 boats of oil. Then they apologized for something and sent 2 more boats. It was 10 boats. I said, well, I guess they were right. They were real. I think they were Pakistani flagged. I said, well, we're dealing with the right people. They said, to show you we're real, we'll let you have 8 big boats of oil. Iran has pledged to never pursue a nuclear weapon as negotiations continue. They are caving. It all starts with never getting a nuclear weapon. They've agreed. They will never have a nuclear weapon. And don't forget, the mainstream media is feeding us a lot of misinformation and outright lies. Thursday, March 26, Tucker Carlson, Netanyahu took to American television to announce he had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination after Charlie Kirk had rejected $150 million. Now Netanyahu is threatening Tucker Carlson and his family. Thursday, March 26, it's over. Trump and Iran rewrite the rules. UK and NATO left behind. The old world order ends. Thursday, March 26, Code Red. Military and DARPA behind toxic geoengineering. Dane Wigington stuns Tucker Carlson with what's being sprayed in U.S. skies. Voter fraud. Thursday, March 26, Edward Snowden. The U.S. government knew about Smartmatic's foreign connections and its built-in remote backdoor features to steal elections since at least 2004 and did nothing. Did bad actors in the CIA purposefully ignore the massive amount of red flags in order to incorporate a system to rig elections? The answer is most likely yes. Joe Biden also had one of Smartmatic's own board of directors on his transition team named Peter Neffinger. You just can't make this stuff up. Prior to that, Neffinger was appointed in 2015 by Obama to lead the Transportation Security Administration until 2017. This was engineered from the beginning. 2020 was the year that the world woke up. Foreign countries planned to help steal the 2020 election and supplied the hardware and software. The CIA oversaw the operation and the FBI covered it up. The evidence is overwhelming. It's time to hand out prison sentences.
President Donald Trump.
Pentagon higher-ups have confirmed the data's accuracy behind closed doors but refused to act. That's because DARPA created the bioweapon, which is a division of the Pentagon. And I believe that's the deep state. Part of the deep state, anyway. Globalist infiltrators in government and big pharma knew exactly what these mandates would do, yet pushed them anyway to weaken America from the New World Order. designed to cripple institutions and reduce population while the cabal seizes control. With pilots dropping like flies, the risks of mission failures and disasters loom large. But white hats in the military are fighting back by leaking the truth. This revelation is a massive red pill for the Great Awakening. The storm is here and the satanic elites are scrambling as their house of cards crumbles. Patriots must spread this everywhere to demand tribunals and justice for the medical tyranny perpetrators. The Republic is being restored through the brave actions of truth-tellers like this whistleblower. The awakening is unstoppable now. Share widely and stay vigilant as victory approaches for freedom-loving patriots everywhere. The deep state is finished. Thursday, March 26, Russia collusion coup against Trump. DNI Gabbard, Commander-in-Chief on Telegram. DNI Gabbard blows the lid off the Russia collusion coup. Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper committed treason, and they know it. Our own government ran a literal coup against a sitting U.S. president because they themselves are a rogue criminal syndicate against America and its people. In 2016, the Hillary Clinton campaign and DNC via Perkins Coie Fusion GPS secretly paid ex-British MI6 spy Christopher Steele over $160,000 to compile the infamous Steele dossier, a collection of unverified, salacious, and largely fabricated claims alleging Trump-Russia collusion. Steele's intelligence came from second- and third-hand Russian sources. The FBI later admitted much of it was uncorroborated hearsay, or probably just made up. FBI Director James Comey's team took the dossier, hid its Clinton funding from the FISA court, and then used it as the core justification to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. I'm still trying to process what just happened. The highest-ranking U.S. intelligence official just released smoking gun docs proving that Obama and his underlings committed treason. Sedition, meaning Trump was right about everything. The news is fake and the deep state is real, meaning that all of us conspiracy theorists were right about the conspiracy against Trump. It wasn't a theory, meaning the shadow war is real and all our efforts over the last 10 years were not part of a LARP, meaning that we are not crazy, we were right, it was all real. Thursday, March 26th, the world is entering a new phase. The transition has begun. QAnon, the Great Awakening on Telegram. Corruption is being challenged and the old fiat system is losing control as a new financial structure begins to emerge. The quantum financial system is described as activating across multiple nations, marking the start of a shift toward asset-backed value and transparency. Nasara Jasara is now being discussed as the foundation of this transition, the beginning, not the end. This transformation is presented as a global shift led by various figures and alliances working towards sovereignty and structural change. For many following the movement, this is seen as the opening moment of a larger process, a reset that unfolds step by step. The message remains clear. The old system is fading. The new system is starting. Nasara Jasara represents the beginning of this change, a transition into a new economic and social framework. Stay aware, stay calm, and watch as the next phase unfolds. On Thursday, March 26, the emergency broadcast system on Telegram reported that Obama was arrested as a foreign operative and that he was to undergo a military tribunal for high treason, subversion, and crimes against the Republic. I'm assuming that's what's going to be in the documentaries they show next week, maybe not. The only problem was that back several years ago, it was reported from Gitmo that Obama and Michael have been arrested, Red Gitmo, and facing military tribunals. Then Obama was discovered to have hidden cell phone beneath his pillow. so he was taken out of his cell and shot in the back of the head. His clones had been acting for him ever since. Wonder which versions will be shown in the documentaries. Friday, March 28, 2026, King Charles III will die. At least that was reported over a year ago. Monday, March 30th, Hillary Clinton will be arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago, with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they are arresting the double because they already did. Maybe they are arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Also on Monday, March 30th, 2026, Barack Obama would be hanged along with Hillary. On Wednesday, the 25th of March, it was reported by the martial law platform on Telegram that Obama was arrested. The Antichrist vessel is in chains. Raid teams recovered original 1963 documents in his hands. EBS footage live. He confessed on camera. Arrest complete. Trial tomorrow. Public hanging at Gizmo. March 30th, same day as Hillary. Previous reports from Gizmo stated that Obama had been arrested and taken care of years ago, while his clones were still out there. So what's the truth? So much game playing going on, it's hard to tell. The world's financial system, mainstream media, governments were all about to crash. EBS, martial law across the globe, imminent. Pray, prepare, trust the plan. Judy note, on Wednesday, March 25th, the notification from the emergency broadcast system was, be prepared for EBS activation and martial law. 1 million white hat troops stand guard as the EBS Starlink satellite system overrides all signals. Cell phones, TV, radio, and internet asking you to stay at home for 10 to 12 days while the Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state. After the 10 to 12 days, wake up to a new, improved financial, political, health, and education systems. Be prepared with food, essentials, and cash as banks close. ATMs won't work. It has been said that 7 trumpets will soon sound out over every phone or earth calling us to stay at home for that 10 to 12 days of exposure about how Trump's global military alliance has overcome the deep state banker Illuminati control over our lives that has been going on for centuries. Some of that exposure came out on Wednesday, March 25th, as Federal Chairman Jerome Powell was confronted and asked to explain why we had a fiat US dollar and there was no gold in Fort Knox. He admitted, we print money out of nothing. Another revelation came from Health Department Director Robert Kennedy Jr. when he said that a third, not so surprising intel revealed that Democrats claimed FEMA had no money for victims of disasters in Maui, California, Ohio, Louisiana, North Carolina, though had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegal aliens. President Trump was ready to shatter this deep state control at every level, from nameless bureaucrats to power-drunk legislators to corrupted intelligence operatives. Trump wants a complete dismantling of the deep state infrastructure, judicial, bureaucratic, intelligence, and legislative. He was doing it not for politics, but for one reason, to restore a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Trump's coup plan to save the world included Israel. It has always been touted that Israel would be last. The deep state banker Zionist cabal has pledged to exterminate the Palestinian people by way of convincing those of the Jewish faith that they could have complete control of Israel for their Zion by exterminating the Israelis. The Israeli plight has been overlooked for too long. The below email was recently received from Mazin Kimsia, Professor Emeritus, full-time volunteer. He explains the Palestine side of the story. Dear Judy, the horrors in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran go on. The remaining 2 million people of the Gaza Strip, 50% children, suffer cold weather and rain. Wars make the rich richer and the poor poor. The world is upside down. Right is wrong and wrong is right. The struggle remains between the masses and the elites who run the governments and collaborate by bribes and blackmail. with Zionist ambitions to enslave the world. But so many people keep the hope alive by actions. Keep the hope alive. Mazim Kimsia, Professor Emeritus, full-time volunteer, PalestineNature.org. Candles in the Darkness, Join Israeli Apartheid Week. Resources, satellite images show oily fires burned for days. That's from The Guardian. Israel dropped charges against 5 of its soldiers, terrorists who were videotaped raping a Palestinian prisoner with a broomstick. Oh, God. Here is a report by one human rights group on conditions of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli torture prisons. The torture of thousands of prisoners continues. Tel al-Sultan, Gaza, Israeli soldiers massacre 15 aid workers. The International Society for Ecological Economics webinar, Ecocide in the Palestinian land. The Palestinian drive to remain on their land. After traveling to occupied Palestine, AFMN contributor Samer Hassan reflects on how Samud was portrayed in the words and actions of Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, Professor Mazin Kamsia, and Johara Baker. In other news, on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, Jasara Nasara law activation will ensure that people worldwide will be debt-free from the deep state Satan-worshipping Illuminati who have had control of the global monetary system since at least 1913. The clandestine cabal, comprising the mega-rich elites, has not only controlled the world's financial institutions, but also controlled the media narrative that shaped our perceptions. An imminent black swan financial event, along with the help of the global military alliance, was expected to dismantle their stranglehold and spark 209 countries' transition to gold asset-backed XLM and XRP digital currencies. According to President Trump, with his Q movement, the old fiat debt-driven monetary regime has been fully dismantled. The quantum financial system, an asset-backed satellite-secured immutable ledger architecture, now governs all global Tier 1 through 4 settlement networks. All illegitimate debts, including mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and fraudulent national obligations, are flagged for forensic audit and immediate discharge. Precious metals and tokenized historical bonds have been reconciled on the QFS master ledger. Jasara compliance treaties have entered irreversible execution, ensuring full enforcement across all jurisdictions. Trump's Q movement was also set to unveil deep state false flags, Tesla free energy, and revolutionary medbeds that were so effective that the world would have little need for traditional global currency reset. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Jasara funds set for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Friday, March 27th, 2026, the QFS goes live. Tier 4B notifications are already queued. The 800 numbers have been tested. The redemption centers are staffed. The deals are signed. The gold has moved. They have migrated the ledger. $23 trillion in U.S. debt. $8 trillion in offshore accounts. Every transaction, every loan, every dark money transfer since 1971. All of it moved from the old system to the new one. Friday, March 27th is a deadline for the Federal Reserve when the QFS goes live and when gold trades not in dollars but in quantum verified weight. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, notification to set appointments. The overwhelming majority of my bond people are telling me that they will be done between now and April 2nd. The overwhelming majority of my groups and banking contacts believe they will go between the 2nd of April and the 15th of April. I don't know the timing, but that is what they are being told. Mark Z on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, Wolvie says that bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen, and it has, and it is working very well, Wolvie says. It has been 100% successful. A lady at a bank called Wolvie crying, saying, "This is the news we have been waiting for." Wolvie cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days, he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas. Forwarded from Ginger Doucette. Tuesday, March 24th, Bruce the Big Call. There's a link to that post. Bondholders were anticipating an email tomorrow morning, Wednesday, March 25th, telling them what is in their accounts and would get access to the account that afternoon. Tier 4B could get notifications to set appointments by Friday the 27th or Saturday, March 28th. A contact in the U.S. Treasury said Tier 4B would be notified by the end of the month. New global financial system. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Breaking. Gold explodes 2% after 4-month low. Economic war. Markets respond to Trump's Iran strategy. Oil plunges. Fed shakes. 25th March 2026. Wednesday, March 25th. Boom. Scott Bessent. Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks. It's happening behind the missiles. Video AMG News. And Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, boom, Fed exposed. We print money out of nothing. Fed Chair Jerome Powell caught admitting the scam. Video. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, ISO 20022 is a global messaging standard that defines how financial institutions exchange information for transactions, payments, securities, remittances. It replaces outdated, fragmented systems like the old SWIFT messages with a unified, data-rich digital language. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Why ISO 20022 matters? To XRP XLM investors, the global financial system, including SWIFT, the U.S. Federal Reserve's FedWire, and many central banks, is migrating to ISO 20022 with a target date for full implementation by April 1st, 2026. This standardization is critical for any crypto asset, aiming to integrate with traditional finance. Compliance is not optional. It is the entry barrier for servicing banks. XRP Ledger, XRPL, and Stellar Network, XLM, have been proactively aligning with this standard for years, giving them a massive head start in the race to modernize cross-border payments. Wednesday, March 25th, GCR, Jasara, and QFS Intel. The revolution is here. The Great Reset. Jasara versus the New World Order. No more corrupt system. Nisara Jasara connected on Telegram. The fall of the tyranny of the deep state. A new dawn is emerging as the era of financial manipulation and corruption comes to an end. The deep state is collapsing because of its evil hold on American dreams and small businesses. It's time to make a change. Digital assets like XRP and XLM, as well as the quantum financial system, are not only the future but also the present. The war on small business by the deep state. Small businesses in America are not desired by the deep state. Large corporations want to compete with the new system. They are creating a system known as fascism, which is the same system that Mussolini created in Italy. It's a calculated move to pursue the elimination of small businesses. The deep state makes sure that only the enormous manageable entities are left by eliminating the minor players. Similar to Mussolini's fascist Italy, these corporations will prosper under a new government that aims to suppress the masses and benefit the elite. The old corrupt system can be abolished and replaced with the press system through inflation. We are currently seeing this. The slow price increase is a calculated tactic to undermine the existing financial system rather than merely an economic cycle. The deep state creates a new, more manageable economic structure by forcing the old ones to fall apart through currency inflation. Introducing the quantum financial system, digital assets like XRP and XLM are here to stay, whether you like it or not. The quantum financial system is on its way. Digital assets are the foundation of the new financial era, not merely a fad. Traditional banking systems will be rendered obsolete by the quantum financial system, which promises unmatched speed and security. XRP and XLM, which are governed by ISO 20022, have the potential to completely transform the way we view and manage money. The XRP QFS Handbook, an introduction. The XRP QFS Handbook offers a crucial introduction for individuals who are unfamiliar with digital assets. It simplifies difficult ideas and provides a straightforward way to comprehend the shift from conventional to quantum financial systems. New users who are unfamiliar with Nasara, Jasara XRP digital assets should read the XRP QFS manual. Friday, March 27th, deadline for the Federal Reserve, Mr. Poole final chapter. That's all that's left, March 27th, the date that they don't want you to circle. Trump did not extend the Iran deadline because he's negotiating. He extended it because the system isn't ready yet. Let me explain what's actually happening and why you need to screenshot this message. Right now, at this very moment, 3 things are being moved simultaneously. 1, gold. Central banks bought more gold in the last 90 days than in any quarter since 1967. Not investment banks, central banks. The ones who write the rules. They're not buying gold because they're scared. They're buying it because they know what's replacing the dollar. Quantum nodes. The QFS backbone went from 12 active nodes in January to 67 active nodes as of last Friday. Each node processes 1.4 million transactions per second. You don't build that kind of infrastructure for a system you're not about to turn on. Number 3, SWIFT access keys. On March 16th, exactly 11 days before the deadline, Ripple's partner, Thunes, quietly announced stablecoin payouts to 11,500 banks through SWIFT. They called it a smart superhighway. That's not a partnership, that's a replacement wearing a disguise. 3 moves, 1 deadline, March 27th. Now, here's the part they'll never say on television. The Iran war isn't about Iran. It never was. Every bomb that falls on Tehran is a distraction from what's happening in the server rooms underneath the Federal Reserve buildings in New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. They're migrating the ledger, $23 trillion in U.S. debt, $8 trillion in offshore accounts. Every transaction, every loan, every dark money transfer since 1971, all of it is being moved from the old system to the new one. And when the migration is complete, the old system gets unplugged. That's what March 27th is. Not a deadline for Iran, a deadline for the Federal Reserve. Why do you think gold dropped from $5,595 to $4,384 in 8 weeks? That's not a crash. That's a controlled descent. They are repricing gold for the new system. When QFS goes live, gold does not trade in dollars anymore. It trades in quantum verified weight. The price you see today is the last dollar price gold will ever have. Tier 4B notifications are already queued. The 800 numbers have been tested. The redemption centers are staffed. I told you last week the deals are signed. The gold is moved. The war is the cover. 72 hours. On Monday, March 30th, the emergency broadcast system activated worldwide. Martial law is enforced as the 10 days of darkness set to begin. Emergency broadcast system. The trumpets will sound. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide humanity will soon experience 7 trumpets. EBS alerts delivered directly to every phone on Earth. These are not ordinary notifications. They are the signal of the final awakening. Each trumpet will call us to tune in to our televisions, to our radios, to receive the truth that has been hidden for centuries. The 10 days of communication darkness. For 10 days, the world will stand still. The internet shut down, ATMs and banks offline, phones restricted to emergency calls only. Although the military will hand out apps that allow cell phones to work normally under the new Starlink satellite system. During these days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. These revelations will be undeniable, exposing mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity, crimes of pedophilia, trafficking, and manipulation that the elite swore you would never know. But this is not darkness. This is the purge of lies. The quantum light arrives. Through Starlink satellites and quantum computers, secure channels will open. Military-approved apps like Signal will allow communication, encrypted and unbreakable. A new quantum internet will rise beyond the control of cabal corporations, fully protected and incorruptible. Once the 10 days and every device on the planet, phones, TVs, radios, computers, will be reconnected to the quantum grid of light. Every man, woman, and child will be invited here through biometric verification tied to our own body rhythms and frequencies. We will receive Nassar-Jassar payouts, exchange and redeem currencies, and Zim bonds, and establish secure quantum bank accounts untouchable by the old system. The corrupt banking cabal will be gone. The people will once again hold the wealth of the world, a new era of justice and freedom. From this moment on, all elections worldwide will operate on the quantum system. Voting will be secure, instant, incorruptible, ending fraud forever. Every voice will count, every vote will stand. Humanity reborn. This is not the end, it is the beginning. The 10 days are not of silence, but of truth flooding the earth. When the trumpets sound, no one will be able to say, I did not know. The veil is falling, the corruption is ending, the future is here. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Trump. I will shatter the deep state. Trump is ready to shatter the deep state at every level, from nameless bureaucrats to power-drunk legislators to corrupted intelligence operatives. And he's doing it not for politics, but for one reason: to restore a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. President Trump has unveiled the most aggressive plan in U.S. history to destroy the deep state, restoring firing power, declassifying secrets, and relocating 100,000 federal jobs out of D.C. This is a complete dismantling of the deep state infrastructure, judicial, bureaucratic, intelligence, and legislative. For too long, unelected career operatives have been shielded by regulations, unions, and political alliances that make them untouchable, even when corrupt. I will reissue my 2020 executive order restoring presidential authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power aggressively. We will clean out all the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there are plenty of them. He's promising an overhaul of every federal agency that has been weaponized against the people: the FBI, CIA, NSA, DHS, ODNI. Trump will completely reform the FISA court, which was used to authorize illegal spying on Americans, including Trump's own campaign. We will expose the hoaxes and abuses of power that have torn this country apart. Trump will recreate a Truth and Reconciliation Commission with one job: to declassify and release deep state spying records, censorship, collusion, files, covert political operations, intelligence deceptions. Leakers inside the intelligence community and federal agencies have deliberately shaped public narratives using media collaborators to plant lies. We will launch a major crackdown on government leakers who collude with the fake news to subvert our democracy. Trump promises criminal charges wherever possible. This will end the anonymous source culture that has infected journalism and justice. Today's IGs are a little more than internal cover-up artists. Under Trump, they become external watchdogs with real teeth, no loyalty to the deep state departments they monitor. We will move up to 100,000 government positions out of Washington immediately. Trump pledges to expand his federal decentralization program, just like he moved the Bureau of Land Management to Colorado. He will now relocate entire agencies to states run by patriots. I will work to ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they regulate. The revolving door between big pharma, big tech, and federal regulators will be slammed shut. No more FDA directors joining Pfizer, CDC heads joining Moderna, SEC lawyers joining Wall Street banks. Career politicians have built empires of control, protected by media, donors, and lobbyists. I will push a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress.
Trump's 5D chess masterstroke. SG anomalies bear the total annihilation of the cabal's oil empire in Iran, sparking the final deep state collapse. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. SG Anon recently teamed up with Nino for a hard-hitting analysis of the explosive situation in the Middle East. Iranian oil installations, including the critical South Pars gas field, have suffered direct hits, leading to warnings of oil prices surging to extreme highs. At the same time, mounting evidence points to Benjamin Netanyahu being removed from power, with the deep state scrambling to spread lies and confusion. These targeted actions are obliterating the Rockefeller, Rothschild, CIA-controlled energy networks that have dominated the planet for decades. By destroying physical infrastructure and key facilities in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other areas, the globalists are losing their main weapon for holding sovereign nations hostage. This is forcing a powerful decentralization movement, where countries break free and build self-reliant systems. President Trump is directing this with unparalleled brilliance. He has just greenlit a new oil refinery in Texas set to open this year, the first in more than 50 years, as part of a fierce drill baby drill campaign to achieve total American energy independence. Tariffs rolled out earlier have fortified the economy against chaos, proving as long-term preparation for these events. CIA strongholds and shadow operators are being wiped out across Iran and the Gulf states. Sweeping arrests of hundreds of embedded Western assets in Tehran are exposing the satanic infestation running the country since 1979. Similar cleanups in neighboring nations are tearing apart the multi-headed deep state hydra once and for all. In America, the momentum for justice is unstoppable. James Comey now faces subpoenas for his central role in treasonous plots against Trump. Seized election machines from key locations are unraveling years of fraud, setting the stage for military tribunals that will bring down Obama and the entire criminal network. This brilliant operation has neutralized the globalist plan for World War III and nuclear disaster through Iran. Prophetic elements around holy sites and temples are emerging, but they backfire on the Luciferians, exposing their manipulations. Russia is strengthened while the Federal Reserve gasps its last breaths. Q patriots know the truth. The New World Order is in its death throes. Trump the genius is dismantling everything with precision. Mass arrests of elite traitors are imminent as external threats dissolve. The Great Awakening is victorious, and a new age of sovereign freedom rises from the ashes of the old empire. The old energy monopolies are burning away, clearing space for innovation and true prosperity. Warriors, hold fast as more shocks reveal the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming for the deep state. Victory belongs to the people.
But these prelim ops have been going on years ago. They started years and years and years ago. If you want to, they went back decades in the penetration of the Iranian nuclear capability with the scientists, with agents penetrating the entire setup. So how do you think they knew exactly which deep underground facilities were doing the work that needed to be destroyed? And how did they know which ones they had to drop particular munitions on to make sure the inside was collapsed? So the prelim ops for Iran go back a long, long way. And it's not just, don't get me wrong, I'm not disparaging the efforts of the brave men and women in the sea, air, and land forces and cyber forces that are operating against Iran. But understand this war was won, to your point about the art of war, you subdue them before you even start fighting. They're the preliminary operations. You create the conditions for the physical kinetic victory.
What we think we know as of Thursday, March 26, 2026. Wednesday, March 25th, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, in East Palestine, Ohio, and Western North Carolina. But FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegal aliens. As a bonus, the Democrats built 2 massive mega voting centers on foreign soil to house illegal aliens and import them in an attempt to overthrow the constitutional republic of the United States, all at the taxpayers' expense. And the Democrats said the border was more secure than at any time in U.S. history. The hidden truth on Telegram. Trump, Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, another taxpayer scam. City of Houston employees caught using their city-issued credit cards to buy tools and resell them. Hundreds of thousands of dollars uncovered. One employee bought the same power tool set 190 times and sold them on Instagram. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Wednesday, March 25th, Governor Ron DeSantis launches ballot initiative to abolish property tax in Florida. You should not be paying rent to the government. Bring it to all 50 states. Wednesday, March 25th, DNI Gabbard blows the lid off the Russian collusion coup. The Schiff on Telegram. Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, and James Clapper committed treason, and they know it. Our own government ran a literal coup against a sitting U.S. president because they themselves are a rogue criminal syndicate against America and its people. 2016, the Hillary Clinton campaign in DNC, via Perkins Coie and Fusion GPS, secretly paid ex-British MI6 spy Christopher Steele over $160,000 to compile the infamous Steele dossier, a collection of unverified, salacious, and largely fabricated claims alleging Trump-Russia collusion. Steele's intelligence came from second and third-hand Russian sources. The FBI later admitted much of it was uncorroborated hearsay. FBI Director James Comey's team took the dossier, hid its Clinton funding from the FISA court, and used it as the core justification to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Official word was that early morning, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, the White Hats took Joe Biden into military custody. We thought the White Hats took him into custody. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Have you ever wondered why a walk on the beach or a barefoot stroll through the grass feels so restorative? QAnon, the Great Awakening on Telegram. It's more than just the fresh air. It's physics. We are bioelectrical beings living on a planet that carries a subtle, natural electric charge. In our modern world, surrounded by insulating materials like rubber soles and synthetic floors, we often become unplugged from this primordial energy source. This disconnection can lead to a buildup of positive charge in the body, often manifesting as inflammation, fatigue, and stress. The copper connection. Copper is one of nature's most efficient conductors. By placing copper into the earth while maintaining a physical grip, you create a high vitality bridge between your body and the ground. This process, often called earthing or grounding, allows a flow of antioxidant-rich electrons to transfer from the Earth's surface into your system, neutralizing free radicals and helping to return your internal environment to a state of homeostasis. Why grounding matters. Reduced inflammation helps neutralize the electrical noise that triggers inflammatory responses. Improved sleep regulates cortisol levels to align with the Earth's natural circadian rhythms. Enhanced vitality boosts cellular energy by optimizing the electrical potential of our membranes. In a world full of wireless signals and digital static, sometimes the most high-tech thing you can do for your health is go back to the most low-tech element of all, the earth beneath your feet. Wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. New reports indicate Saudi Arabia and the UAE are preparing to join with the United States and enter the conflict against Iran following constant attacks on Gulf energy and infrastructure. Worldwide EBS activation expected sometime Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. Martial law, rolling blackouts, lockdowns, travel restrictions, depending on areas of mass arrest by global military alliance. Congress approved global currency reset for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, followed by 10 days of communication darkness, bank closures, ATMs not working. Prepare by securing food, cash, essentials on hand. Judy note, the emergency broadcast system was ready to activate, and when it did, the world would enter a new era of financial independence. The cabal's fiat markets will crash, their corrupt banking system goes under, and the truth about Nasara laws, freedom from debt to them, will be exposed. The people of the world will be sovereign based on gold asset-backed currencies, while the cabal will fall on their own fiat currency that was worth nothing. Early Tuesday morning, March 24th, the White House in D.C. was lit up in red, signifying rolling blackouts were happening across the world as the global military alliance were making mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. The red White House signified that we could expect emergency broadcast system with activation within 24 hours. The military's emergency alert system had already been activated in Ohio, California, Carolina, probably South Carolina, Alaska, Virginia, New York, Arizona, Texas. It was about to go live in Florida and Pennsylvania. Look for certain areas of the country that would require emergency lockdowns, travel restrictions, needing a virtual ID to enter businesses, bank closures, and ATMs that won't work. It was advised to stock up on food, cash, and essentials. On February 20th, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nasara funds set for April 1st, 2026. On Monday, March 30th, the emergency broadcast system activated worldwide. Martial laws enforced as the 10 days of darkness set to begin. Emergency broadcast system. The trumpets will sound. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide humanity will soon experience 7 trumpets. EBS alerts delivered directly to every phone on Earth. These are not ordinary notifications. They are the signal of the final awakening. Each trumpet will call us to tune in to our televisions, to our radios, to receive the truth that has been hidden for centuries. The 10 days of communication darkness. For 10 days, the world will stand still. The internet shut down, ATMs and banks offline, phones restricted to emergency calls only. Although the military will hand out apps that allow cell phones to work normally under the new Starlink satellite system. During these days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. These revelations will be undeniable, exposing mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity. And manipulation that the elites swore you would never know. But this is not darkness. This is the purge of lies. The quantum light arrives. Through Starlink satellites and quantum computers, secure channels will open. Military-approved apps like Signal will allow communication, encrypted and unbreakable. A new quantum internet will rise beyond the control of cabal corporations, fully protected and incorruptible. Once the 10 days and every device on the planet, phones, TVs, radios, computers, will be reconnected to the quantum grid of light. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military lines throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Official word was that early morning, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, the White Hats took Joe Biden into military custody. We thought the White Hats took him into custody back in December 2020 after raiding his Ukraine property and finding signs of a massive child that connected to other child trafficking tunnels across the world. They supposedly held a military tribunal and hung him at Gitmo, then buried him during his so-called inauguration. Clones and actors were said to have played him ever since, directed by Obama. Friday, March 28th, King Charles III will die. We thought he was already dead, at least that was reported over a year ago. Monday, March 30th, 2026, Hillary Clinton will be arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago, with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they're arresting the double, because they already did. Maybe they're arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Guru Information and Intel, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones, no aides, only 7 men and a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet. Tail number blocked, departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m., landed at Joint Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. The third, Camp David, not the official visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting, the one with no guest lists, the one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations, it is for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location, a location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed, the gold is moved, the names are sealed. All that remains is the announcement, and it will not come from the media. Tuesday, March 24th, shocking 2026 disclosure bombshell. Alex Collier and Gene Decode expose White Hat's obliterating cabal dumbs and shattering satanic black rocks as liberation accelerates. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. In a historic broadcast on the Icons platform, Sarge brought together legendary contactee Alex Collier and elite decoder Gene Decode for revelations that are igniting the patriot spirit worldwide. These fearless insiders detailed how White Hat forces, allied with benevolent extraterrestrials and inner Earth civilizations, have now cleared over 90% of the deep underground military bases across the planet in 2026, and collapsing the cabal's entire hidden empire. Gene Decode revealed that recent Middle East operations targeting supposed nuclear sites actually destroyed ancient domes built around a massive black rock from the Khazarian invaders' destroyed home world. Shattering this evil anchor has unleashed positive energies, ending the engineered wars and hatred that plagued the region for ages. A similar takedown in Alaska during the deep state assaults on the Golden Dome system pulverized another dark rock, triggering historic quakes, but sealing the fate of the matrix of control. These victories are speeding up the fall of globalist Satanists at every level, from elite bankers to Hollywood pedophiles. Alex Collier emphasized ongoing mentoring by Star Alliance groups who are training Earth militaries in advanced technologies and timeline operations. Stargates, once hijacked for dark rituals, now facilitate positive shifts, dismantling soul traps that recycled human consciousness as energy slaves. The Great Awakening surge is unstoppable since the 2012 marker, with military alliances executing the only way to drain the swamp completely. Free quantum energy from the Golden Dome is activating quietly, as seen in strategic outages like Denver Airport, where old nuclear systems switched to clean power grids. The cabal's AI overlords and regressive ET puppets face total exposure. Patriots sense the White Hats fully in command, with full disclosure of our galactic history and inner Earth connections imminent. The pendulum swings violently toward justice, revealing the true enemy while benevolent forces protect the transition. Nothing can stop this storm. The light warriors triumph as America and the world enter a golden age of freedom, prosperity, and spiritual power. The satanic bloodlines crumble daily. Trust the plan and hold the line, for victory is at hand, and the best is yet to come.
The Iran-Israel conflict update, I think it was something along that line.
Hey, let me write that down.
And in that, what they took out that was an ancient underground dome. That used to be Quorum in ancient Persia. And so they built that into a facility to create nukes, but underneath that was way deep. I mean, way, way, way deep was a black rock, a giant, huge, super-powered, super magnetic, powerful black rock that came from one of the two homeworlds of the Aristana. In this case, the Arista, which are the Khazarians. They came here from the star system Scion after they blew up their homeworlds. And their homeworlds, their planets' hearts were black. They were dark and evil and black. And so that rock, which when it collapsed there, has caused a lot of hate and just wars forever in the Middle East. And so it was way down. What they did is not only took out the dome that was the nuclear facility where they're enriching the uranium, but they did shaped charges going down. As it hits one level, then the next bomb falls through that level that's now open and goes to the next one, and it collapses downwards as like what they say the buildings did on 9/11 Pancake. Of course they didn't. But in this case, it caused a shock wave that collapsed the facility that Khomeini was in at the time, and underneath the facility of Quorum, that one where the nuclear facility was, that shockwave came from that nuclear facility underneath the black rock, shattered into powder. And so all of that evil that's been held there and causing wars in the Middle East since it fell is gone. And the other one, its black rock center heart was in Alaska. And when they were trying to get into the Golden Dome, the deep state, in Mount McKinley, it's a black pyramid from one of Earth's black rocks shaped into a pyramid by the Hyperboreans, which is where the Golden Dome AI quantum plasma field energy itself resides. They were trying to get into that for decades and decades and decades, and one of their plans was a 3-scale nuclear attack combined with 2 directed energy weapons, one from Glen Allen and one from Hart, on Mount Hayes. And all the Golden Dome did is routed around it to the black rock that was just a little bit of ways from Anchorage, Alaska. And that caused the Great Alaskan Earthquake, the second largest earthquake in history, which was 9.2. So they shattered that one themselves. So those 2 black rocks have been holding the Earth's energy field in a state of war and conflict and hate and evil. And so it really, really is accelerating the cleanup and the fall of the cabal and the release of all the information and the truth about what's going on, whether you go into Epstein or you go realizing that so many people are Satanists, probably all the elites, all the bankers, the big bankers that own the big stuff, not some teller at a bank. I'm not meaning that, but that's where we are now. So it is an amazing time.
Tuesday, March 24th, breaking, it's official. Supreme Court moves to ban mail-in ballots after Election Day. Dems in a panic. Video AMG News. Tuesday, March 24th, boom. Florida bans Sharia law. It's unbelievable that they even have to do that. It's unconstitutional. Ron DeSantis set to sign historic bill defending U.S. Constitution. No foreign law will rule over Florida. Tuesday, March 24th, panic in London. Iran folds as Trump cuts London's hidden hand over global oil. The MI6 connection exposed in the real war. Tuesday, March 24th, breaking alert. Tucker Carlson sounds alarm after massive explosion at Texas oil refinery. Energy panic erupts as Middle East remains on edge.
Breaking. Explosive report. Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators. to multi-million bribe allegations, full list and documents. A political firestorm has exploded as the Venezuela list links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribes from Maduro's narco-terror regime. QAnon patriots are on fire, knowing this exposes the deep state treason and signals the storm is upon us. Hugo L. Paulo Carvajal, the former Venezuelan intelligence chief in U.S. prison after pleading guilty to narco-terrorism, is revealing Maduro's full war on America using drugs. Gangs like Tirán de Aragua and terrorist alliances with Hezbollah, FARC, Ellen, and Cuban spies to flood our cities with chaos. He confirmed Smartmatic was built for election fraud by Venezuelan spies, validating Patriots' warnings about rigged elections. The Venezuela list accuses these senators of taking cartel bribes to sabotage President Trump's anti-narco operations and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's strategies. These traitors have American blood on their hands they enabled. The full list of bribed senators includes prominent traitors like Chuck Schumer D. New York, Mitch McConnell R. Kentucky, Adam Schiff D. California, Elizabeth Warren D. Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders I. Vermont, Cory Booker D. New Jersey, Amy Klobuchar D. Minnesota, Mark Kelly D. Arizona, Lisa Murkowski R. Alaska, Susan Collins R. Maine, Chuck Grassley R. Iowa, Joni Ernst R. Iowa, Mark Warner D. Virginia, Tim Kaine D. Virginia, Patty Murray D. Washington, and dozens more uniparty sellouts exposed at last. Trump and Hegseth have launched a fierce counteroffensive destroying Venezuelan fentanyl routes, seizing the traitors' ill-gotten assets, and launching cyber strikes against Smartmatic's fraud network. The deep state is collapsing as loyal military forces move in. This proves the uniparty sold out America to cartels and globalists. White hats control the plan, tribunals await the criminals, and the Great Awakening explodes as patriots unite. The American Republic is fighting back with Trump leading the final drain of the swamp. Victory belongs to the people, and the storm will cleanse it all.
Election fraud, Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Experts in Georgia's 2020 election found over 96,000 mail-in ballots were recorded as voted, but were never recorded as returned to actually be counted. They also found mail-in ballots received back and counted on the exact same day they were mailed out. The Schiff on Telegram. Thousands of mail-in ballots were also poured into Detroit's 2020 election with no chain of custody that could not be verified with poll books. These ballots were mixed with other ballots and counted. Most of these ballots turned out to be from deceased voters or voters whose address turned out to be vacant lots and burnt down houses. Election experts ended up discovering astronomical 2020 election fraud with a combination of mail-in ballots and Dominion software. They found that it was very easy to assign a mail-in ballot to a voter through the software. In Dallas, they found over 57,000 votes were tampered with after being received back and recorded by the state. Their analysis found likely fraudulent rejection rates that were extremely low compared to the previous years, yet having a way higher mail-in ballot count, meaning they were passing fraudulent ballots through the system. 2016, 199,356 mail-in ballots, 6.4% rejection rate. 2020, 1,320,154 mail-in ballots with 0.2% rejection rate. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 24th, President Donald J. Trump calls for a pause on all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings. Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. Tuesday, March 24th, the 5-day pause is not as it seems. The war with Iran is already won. The pause is to get certain assets in place.
There's so much happening in the world right now, and we're seeing it all in plain sight. It's very interesting watching the seasoned professional journalists out there in complete and utter panic that the US is getting its backside kicked at the moment, for the want of a better word. But this is all part of the managed collapse of the US corporation, the United States Corporation, Washington, D.C., a District of Columbia. And it's getting its backside kicked by Iran. And this is all part of the plan. I said to you 4 years ago, the final curtain would be that Iran will take out Israel. Well, the US corporation got involved with Israel because Israel had control over the corporation, not over America, it's the US corporation. It's important that you define the difference. And the dismantling of the US corporation is being managed by Donald Trump from the inside out. Some of you can't understand that because he looks to be like best friends with Netanyahu and doing this, that, and the other. This is how you dismantle an old system from the inside out. And that's what's going on right now. And it's being done very successfully. So don't panic. The US corporation is being dismantled. Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Russia has signed an agreement with Vietnam to build the country's first nuclear power plant. The deal is seen as a major step in Vietnam's effort to meet rising energy demands while reducing reliance on fossil fuel. For Moscow, it strengthens its presence in Southeast Asia's energy sector. Further details are yet to be confirmed.
Well, this is also a little bit of a smack in the face for the US. The US was at war with Vietnam for 10 years, didn't achieve anything. And now they're developing a nuclear power with the help of Russia. It's a bit of a smack in the face for the US corporation. Drew.
Next up, a reminder on March the 28th, the word is out there that King Charles will kick the bucket. And on March the 30th, 2026, Hillary Clinton will be arrested.
Allegedly. It'll be very interesting to see. We've had to be cautious over the time, over the years with putting out dates, but these dates have been put out there in front of us. And our job is just to put it in front of you. And we'll wait and see what happens, won't we? Because we know what happened in real life. Now we're watching the movie. And the one thing that they try to do is if we put out what's going to happen and when it's going to happen, they try and change the script to try and prove us wrong. But we're in a very, very interesting time. This is all coming because it's already happened. We know it's already happened, and there are many other people who now know it's already happened. But we're waiting to see it play out for the world to see, for the non-believers to see. And it's going to be a big, big pill for a lot of people to swallow. That, I don't like to say it, but we were right. We were right about it all. The only thing we got wrong was the time frame. We thought it was going to be quicker. And in hindsight, we can look back now and say it needed to be this amount of time. It was not down to Charlie's time. It was down to God's time.
Over 80% of Congress held dual citizenship, betraying America for foreign masters. This fueled replacement agendas, flooding borders with Muslims and illegals, gaining instant passports and voter access, while veterans suffer and New York paid fortunes per migrant to erase white populations. It's no wonder a person like Donald Trump was asked to take on the overwhelming task of the coup plan to save the world. Trump was secretly working hand in hand with Ayatollah, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel was coming fast, and it would end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire now faced total exposure. Trump knew that success of that plan to save the world goal depended on the people taking back control of that Luciferian Rothschild banking empire of the global monetary system, which the Satanist cabal had used for their own evil purposes since at least 1913. The coup victory actually started on Friday, February 20th, 2026, when Congress passed Public Law number 119-1, the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act. The act provided for the mandatory transition of the fiat U.S. dollar financial structure to the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. A month or so later, by Saturday, March 21st, President Trump had secretly dissolved the privately owned since 1913 by Satan-worshipping Illuminati bankers, U.S. Inc., while reestablishing the United States of America as a sovereign constitutional republic under God and common law by authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. The reestablishment of the constitutional republic officially ended the Federal Reserve, IRS, and use of admiralty law in the U.S. court system. Foreign rule was no more, all of which was set to be announced by Trump on Sunday, May 17, 2026, after which there would be 45 days of prayer, ending with the Saturday, July 4, 2026, 150th anniversary celebration of the constitutional republic that has now been reestablished under God. Temporary martial law has been in effect in the U.S. since 2020, with Trump as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance. That same martial law will last until new, fair, and free elections could be held. Those free and fair elections would happen in the U.S. within 90 days of Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, release of Nisara Jasara funds to the worldwide general public under the BRICS nations global currency reset. Presently, 10 to 12 days of darkness worldwide was in effect in order for the Global Military Alliance to make millions of mass arrests, politicians, and global elites. During the worldwide communication darkness, the 209 BRICS nations will switch to the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system, all happening by Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The world's communication networks were in the process of shutting down, one after another, as the Global Military Alliance temporarily took over all TV, radio, and internet. Be prepared for EBS activation and martial law. 1 million white hat troops stand guard as the EBS Starlink satellite system overrides all signals, cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, asking you to stay home for 10 to 12 days, while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state. Banks close, ATMs won't work, after which wake up to new and improved financial, political, health, and education systems. Stock up on food, water, cash, and essentials. Global currency reset on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. The global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Nisara Jasara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Friday, March 27th, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water, essentials right away. On Friday night, March 27th, 2026, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump, Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, Trump has approved the QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026. Global activation now targets April 2026. On April 1st, the global currency reset and Nisara Jasara laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard.
Break-in update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. JFK, the leader on Telegram. in a stunning and historic declaration that patriots have awaited for years. President Donald J. Trump has officially announced the restoration of the American Republic. The corrupt corporate entity known as U.S. Inc. has been dissolved completely, and in its foreign control over the nation, common law sovereignty has returned in full, re-establishing the true constitutional republic and freeing the people from decades of tyranny. This monumental move, issued on March 21, 2026, is grounded in the authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. President Trump has summoned all flag officers of the armed forces, binding them under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to follow the Commander-in-Chief without question. Corrupt civilian channels are bypassed as the military realigns to protect the reborn republic with unwavering loyalty. The fraudulent structure of USINC, created to enslave Americans with debt and endless conflicts, is now defunct. Admiralty law is dead, and the globalist occupation has collapsed. The deep state is legally overthrown as power flows back to we the people. This is the Great Awakening in action, with the White Hats executing the final phase of the plan to secure America's destiny. Patriots across the land are rising up in celebration as the storm arrives in full force. The cabal is in complete panic, their empire of lies crumbling rapidly. With this declaration, the path opens for massive reforms including prosperity distributions and the dismantling of oppressive institutions. Every sovereign citizen will soon experience true freedom and abundance like never before. The Republic stands reborn stronger than ever under President Trump's leadership. No more manipulation by hidden powers. Common law brings justice and liberty for all. The military stands guard to ensure a smooth transition, exposing and bringing to account those who betrayed the nation. This victory belongs to all who fought in the shadows and held the faith. As the news spreads like wildfire among truth seekers, the excitement cannot be contained. The restoration signals the end of the old guard and the dawn of a golden age for America. United patriots must stay vigilant and spread this truth far and wide. The best is yet to come as the Republic thrives once again, delivering on the promises of freedom and sovereignty for generations.
Guru Information and Intel, Monday, March 23rd, Charlie Ward, dire warning. 3/19/26, exposing the whole damn shit storm. Medea Greer, Charlie Ward on Telegram. Charlie Ward has dropped a dire warning that is shaking the very foundations of the evil empire. The entire global system of police, judges, barristers, solicitors, and the intelligence agencies stands exposed as one massive criminal network, protecting the worst pedophiles at the highest levels of power. A retired police commissioner handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns, when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family was crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title, while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies, splitting fines with corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's White Hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops, grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians, and judges were shielded until the real bosses fell. Patriots' whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast, and it will end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now.
Trump's 5D chess masterstroke. SG anomalies bear the total annihilation of the cabal's oil empire in Iran, sparking the final deep state collapse. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. SGAnon recently teamed up with Nino for a hard-hitting analysis of the explosive situation in the Middle East. Iranian oil installations, including the critical South Pars gas field, have suffered direct hits, leading to warnings of oil prices surging to extreme highs. At the same time, mounting evidence points to Benjamin Netanyahu being removed from power, with the deep state scrambling to spread lies and confusion. These targeted actions are obliterating the Rockefeller, Rothschild, CIA-controlled energy networks that have dominated the planet for decades. By destroying physical infrastructure and key facilities in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other areas, the globalists are losing their main weapon for holding sovereign nations hostage. This is forcing a powerful decentralization movement, where countries break free and build self-reliant systems. President Trump is directing this with unparalleled brilliance. He has just greenlit a new oil refinery in Texas set to open this year, the first in more than 50 years, as part of a fierce drill baby drill campaign to achieve total American energy independence. Tariffs rolled out earlier have fortified the economy against chaos, proving as long-term preparation for these events. CIA strongholds and shadow operators are being wiped out across Iran and the Gulf states. Sweeping arrests of hundreds of embedded Western assets in Tehran are exposing the satanic infestation running the country since 1979. Similar cleanups in neighboring nations are tearing apart the multi-headed deep state hydra once and for all. In America, the momentum for justice is unstoppable. James Comey now faces subpoenas for his central role in treasonous plots against Trump. Seized election machines from key locations are unraveling years of fraud, setting the stage for military tribunals that will bring down Obama and the entire criminal network. This brilliant operation has neutralized the globalist plan for World War III and nuclear disaster through Iran. Prophetic elements around holy sites and temples are emerging, but they backfire on the Luciferians, exposing their manipulations. Russia is strengthened while the Federal Reserve gasps its last breaths. Q patriots know the truth. The New World Order is in its death throes. Trump the genius is dismantling everything with precision. Mass arrests of elite traitors are imminent as external threats dissolve. The Great Awakening is victorious, and a new age of sovereign freedom rises from the ashes of the old empire. The old energy monopolies are burning away, clearing space for innovation and true prosperity. Warriors, hold fast as more shocks reveal the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming for the deep state. Victory belongs to the people.
Monday, March 23rd, emergency protocol initiated. Trump and Space Force ready to activate EBS as Iran collapses. Every phone and TV overridden. Shocking confessions and classified arrest footage set for release. Syria next in the military cleanse. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here and it's biblical. Leaked intel straight from Cheyenne Mountain and Peterson Space Force Base confirms it. President Trump has greenlit the final phase, with Operation Epic Fury crushing the Iranian regime. Ayatollah Khamenei already taken out in precision CENTCOM strikes. The emergency broadcast system is locked and loaded for immediate activation. This isn't a drill. Space Force satellites are primed to seize total control. Every TV, radio, cell phone, and internet device worldwide will be overridden in one massive military takedown. No escape, no mainstream media spin. Just raw truth blasted into every home. Trump signed Executive Order 2026-47-47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself, General Dan Kane, and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells exposing the globalist cabal's treason. Dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. Iran falls in 4 weeks or less. Trump confirmed it himself. It'll take 4 weeks or less, full lock-in now. The regime is crumbling fast. Key figures eliminated, nuclear dreams obliterated. And Syria? It's next. Operation Silent Storm is staging right now. Delta Force and Marine units in Jordan ready to storm Damascus and wipe out Assad's Iranian-backed terror hubs, hidden in underground bases. The White Hats have purged 23 flag officers, thwarted CIA sabotage plots, and seized assets to fund the whole reset. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The EBS will drop live arrest footage, forced confessions from high-level traitors, and undeniable proof that the deep state planned to enslave humanity forever. Obama-era operatives like Evelyn Farkas, already tribunaled and gone, 7 CIA saboteurs arrested mid-plot, quantum-resistant DARPA encryption ensures nothing stops the broadcast. No, not blackouts, not hacks, not even their last desperate EMP attempts. QAnons hold the line. The military's in full control. The elites are panicking as their proxy empires collapse. Iran was just the start. Syria seals the Middle East cleanse. Then the floodgates open globally. EU terror financing exposed. Endless wars ended. Trillions clawed back for the people. Trump leads from Mar-a-Lago. Raven Rock switch flipped. Mobile units in every state. The final reset is imminent. Freedom, prosperity, and justice for all who fought in the shadows. The deep state thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The storm has arrived and it's taking no prisoners. Where we go one, we go all. Stay vigilant, patriots. The broadcast changes everything. Monday, March 23rd, President Trump has shared video evidence of Nancy Pelosi admitting she blocked 20,000 National Guard troops from being present on January 6, 2021. Monday, March 23rd, Senate Democrats just blocked legislation to ban men from competing in women's sports. Why even have women's and men's sports if you're just going to blur the lines like that? It's ridiculous. Vote went down 49 to 41. They literally voted to keep biological males in girls' locker rooms, on girls' podiums, stealing scholarships and titles from female athletes. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Monday, March 23rd, a Mexican man is going viral after choosing to self-deport in hopes of regaining legal status, only to be approved for permanent residency just 2 weeks later and reunited with his family. Monday, March 23rd, 2026, Fox News. Ilhan Omar caught trying to launder $1 million U.S. taxpayer dollars to a fake Somalian-owned substance abuse facility. The address is really a restaurant. Uncovered the other day in one of our spending bills making its way through Congress was a $1 million earmark from Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, which was an earmark that was supposedly going to a substance abuse clinic, which actually happened to be housed in a restaurant and run by 3 individuals that share the same residential address, according to their IRS paperwork. Tons of red flags. Monday, March 23rd, 2026. You have to see it to believe it. Every single location is a dump and a scam. This is why all these illegal migrants must be deported, especially if you are committing fraud that American citizens are literally paying for. This is nationwide, and the reason our country is in massive debt and why Democrats are against deportation, because they're all getting a cut of the fraud. Time to get serious about this and make a difference. The Schiff on Telegram. Monday, March 23rd, 2026. The Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde-contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. A total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti. New shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA from Hurricane Katrina and gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated and these shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them. And a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars. Jasara Nasara on Telegram. Monday, March 23, 2026. Hillary Clinton bankrolled the fake Steele dossier, which was cooked up by ex-MI6 agent Christopher Steele. Obama finalized it, and his team weaponized it. Comey's FBI used it for illegal FISA spying. Brennan's CIA and Clapper's DNI pushed the forged intel to frame Trump as Putin's puppet, a treasonous deep state plot to steal the election and destroy Trump's presidency. They fabricated it all to rig the game. The Obama administration must pay the price for the 2016 Russia collusion coup against President Trump. This is sedition and treason at the highest levels of government. No more games. It's go time. MAGA Pulse on Monday, March 23rd. Global signal anomalies reported worldwide. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 24 hours, thousands of independent users across multiple countries have begun reporting unusual disruptions across communication networks. Entire television channels have gone offline without explanation. Radio frequencies in several regions briefly cut out and then returned with distorted signals. Mobile networks in major cities experienced unexplained outages, lasting anywhere from a few minutes to nearly an hour. Social media users are posting videos of broadcast interruptions, frozen news segments, and emergency signal tests appearing on local channels. None of the major media outlets are addressing it. At the same time, satellite traffic monitoring platforms have recorded an abnormal increase in Starlink routing activity. Several network analysts have confirmed that large portions of global data traffic are now being redirected through secure satellite nodes rather than traditional ground infrastructure. Power grid monitoring groups are also reporting small, synchronized fluctuations across multiple regional grids, not failures, adjustments. These are not random events. Systems around the world appear to be transitioning into a controlled communications phase that many analysts have been quietly anticipating for months. Military communication channels remain active. Civilian broadcast infrastructure, however, is gradually being placed into standby. If you are seeing temporary signal interruptions, broadcast tests, or sudden outages, understand that you are not alone. Monday, March 23rd. Masonic Fortress crumbling. Australia. Colonel Ricardo Bosi reveals Australia wants epic stand as white hats crush global cabal in top-down assault. 2026 disclosures will ignite total awakening. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Colonel Ricardo Bosi, retired Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel and Australian One-Party leader, recently dropped major truth bombs, exposing the Masonic takeover of Australia and the unstoppable White Hats global operation. Patriots are rising stronger than ever as the cabal crumbles. In 2025, over 2 million Aussies flooded Canberra in the biggest protest ever. But Masons infiltrated from the start, turning the country into their fortress since founding days. They control all institutions, leaving just 2 million real patriots out of 27 million as the core force. Bosi's warriors push forward relentlessly like Spartans, ignoring fake leaders and building self-reliant communities. Australia's vast resources and Antarctica proximity made it the Rothschilds' planned eternal base, but Trump and White Hats neutralized top bloodlines years ago. Top-down takedowns have Australian troops fighting in secret global battles, exposing satanic portals in hotspots like Iran. Using the colored hats model, Bosi clarified the awakening. White hats lead with Trump, blue hats fight actively, green hats activate on evidence of crimes, the yellow and orange masses will surge awake during 2026 scare events, revealing child horrors and Antarctica secrets. Red hats and Masonic cults panic as exposure hits. Trump's tippy-top comms fuel the fire, while OPSEC holds Israel falls last, breaking Zionist illusions. Australia One prepares the people to seize power locally as God's plan unfolds. The Anglophone Alliance reunites triumphantly. Masonic filth trembles in defeat. Insiders confirm imminent portal disclosures, and full Epstein truths will shatter the remaining sleepers into action, firing massive guilt and rage against the cabal. Bossi stresses self-reliance as key to hold sovereignty when the military hands power back. No more apathy. The real champions are ready, fakes exposed as traitors. The new earth rises now with patriots leading under divine light. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, March 23, 2026, Tehran is moving to profit from its control of the Strait of Hormuz by deciding who may pass through the waterway and potentially charging up to $2 million per tanker, according to Iranian sources cited by CNN. Monday, March 23, 2026, we have a link. Exclusive: Ayatollah fled to Russia. IRGC has taken control, Newsmax.com. Monday, March 23rd, U.S. forces have bombed the Natanz Iranian nuclear site, where they enrich uranium-235. Monday, March 23rd, Trump signals final phase. U.S. nears objectives as Iran's capabilities collapse. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump has announced that the United States is approaching the final stage of its military objectives in the ongoing conflict with Iran, stating that operations are nearing full completion. The update comes as U.S. forces continue sustained pressure across multiple domains. Recent reports indicate that Iran's naval capacity has been significantly reduced, its operational structure disrupted, and its ability to project force beyond its borders sharply limited. Air and strike operations remain active, with momentum clearly on the U.S. side. The final phase of the operation, according to the latest statements, the mission has focused on dismantling key military capabilities, including naval assets, missile systems, and infrastructure tied to regional influence. The objective has been clear: reduce Iran's ability to threaten stability and limit its reach across strategic zones. With those targets nearing completion, discussions have begun around scaling down major military activity. Shift in global and energy security strategy. One of the most significant signals in Trump's statement is a shift in responsibility regarding the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil transit routes. Trump made it clear that the United States does not intend to carry the long-term burden of securing global energy flows alone. Instead, responsibility is expected to shift toward nations that rely most heavily on these routes, including countries across Europe and Asia. This marks a major policy shift from long-term U.S. enforcement to shared or regional responsibility. Timeline and military impact. The conflict, which escalated in late February 2026, has progressed rapidly. Within weeks, U.S. operations have targeted and reduced naval threats, disrupted missile and drone capabilities, and applied sustained air pressure across key zones. Despite volatility in global energy markets, with oil prices rising during peak tensions, the strategic focus has remained on completing core objectives rather than short-term economic reactions. A strategic reset. This approach signals a broader shift in U.S. military and foreign policy strategy, reducing prolonged commitments while maintaining decisive high-impact operations. Rather than extended presence, the focus appears to be rapid objective completion, limited long-term entanglement, and then rebalancing global responsibility. Final take: Iran's military capabilities are significantly degraded. U.S. objectives are nearing completion. A transition phase is beginning. The message is clear: the operation is approaching its end, and the strategy beyond it is already being defined. Very soon there will come a moment when every screen in the world, phones, TVs, computers, display the same message simultaneously. It's the EBS activating to expose the truth. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. Don't be afraid, be ready, have food, cash, and essentials on hand. Banks may close, ATMs not working during the next 10 to 12 days of disclosure. Judy note, 9/11, President Bush's attack on the World Trade Center, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more. On September 10, 2001, in a press conference, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion were missing from the Pentagon's coffers. A missile, not a plane, hit the Pentagon to wipe out the financial office containing records of the missing billions that McNamara divulged the day before. Years later, during McNamara's military tribunal, a recording was played of McNamara, Vice President Dick Cheney, and President Bush planning the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. It included their plans for blackmail and the insurance they would collect from damage to the buildings. The 9/11 disaster was blamed on Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, but he did not form Al-Qaeda. The CIA created a database by that name. Al-Qaeda is a CIA database of the Afghans fighting Russia and received U.S. weapons. Charlie Wilson's War, 2007. 9/11 was a Mossad operation as witnessed by all the Zionists who did not show up for work, and the Jewish demolition team masquerading as students. ISIS equals Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, Mossad. September 11, 2001 was the date the Nasara Law was supposed to go into effect. The Bushes owed a huge loan in the billions to Nasara. It was due on 9/11. The loan papers were in building number 7. All records went down in the towers. The next day, on September 11, 2001, a missile hit the Pentagon that wiped out Department of Defense staffers and the financial office containing records of the missing billions. 9/11 mastermind and former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was arrested on May 27, 2021, promptly flown to Diego Garcia, where he committed suicide during his military tribunal. Chronology of deep state assets executed by the U.S. military, that's the link. Bush's brother ran the security company on charter of the towers, and Bush security was over both airports. Sniffer dogs' daily sweep of the buildings canceled the weekend before 9/11. A week prior, the towers were closed to rewiring for a new computer systems. That was when it was believed that the charges were set. It took months for the molten lake under the towers to cool off thanks to the military thermite they used on every beam. Thermite can melt a car engine in minutes. Any pictures of towers, it is easy to see that the fires could not have melted the beams below. The photos and videos of Tower Number 2 are easy to see that all beams are intact. The supposed plane did not sever in wall beams. No airplane struck either the north or south towers. CGI images were used in pictures of the planes supposedly hitting the towers. The Pentagon was struck by a Tomahawk cruise missile, seen circling overhead before striking the building. No plane wreckage was found, only cruise missile debris. The fourth plane was downed for flying into redistricted military airspace. No plane wreckage, seats, wheels, engines, baggage, bodies were found. Only cruise missile debris. 9/11 conspiracy theory, the Corbett Report. On the morning of September 11, 2001, 19 men armed with box cutters directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world using a satellite phone and a laptop directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 hijackers, devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers, managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, While in Washington, a pilot who could not handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the Pentagon in the Budget Analysis Office, where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, on September 10, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes. The pundits knew within hours, the administration knew within the day, and the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap. But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest attack on American soil in history. The investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through torture, the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, Tech, Cybele Edmonds, OBL, and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the Pentagon, the CIA, the Bush administration. And as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath and behind closed doors. Did not bother to look at who funded the attacks because that question is of little practical significance. Still, the 9/11 Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were a failure of imagination, because I don't think anyone could envision flying airplanes into buildings, except the Pentagon and FEMA and NORAD and the NRO. The DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before the attacks, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of WTC-7's collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of that collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention. And if you say otherwise, you are paranoid conspiracy theorists and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise, him, and her, and her, and her, and him. Osama bin Laden lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. And he lived in Abu Tab for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet, employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for 10 years, releasing video after video with complete impunity, getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he did not resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked, supposedly the best source of intelligence, about those dastardly terrorists on the planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members died in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of 9/11, brought to you by the media, which told you the hard truths about JFK and incubator babies and mobile production facilities and the rescue of Jessica Lynch. If you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit, paranoid, tenfold, dog-abusing baby hater and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and her freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story, anyone, ever. This has been a public service announcement by the Friends of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, SEC, MSM, White House, NIST, and the 9/11 Commission, because ignore ignorance is strength. What's really behind the Iran War, 9/11, Bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, and the Benghazi massacre? The official story of 9/11. On September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners and then flew out one into each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave, patriotic passenger victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1st, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6, though bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn. Intel now revealed that director of the CIA, John Brennan, asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden to set him up in Pakistan, for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On May 24, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow, heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan, where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to the CIA. Around a year later, on coincidentally September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, Soros' gun and missile running ring that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran to keep the 9/11 bin Laden SEAL Team 6 and Benghazi massacre secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting death to America for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. Worldwide Emergency Broadcast System activation. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram Friday, March 20th, 2026. Very soon there will come a moment when every screen in the world, phones, TVs, computers, display the same message simultaneously. It's the EBS activating to expose the truth. Don't be afraid. Be ready. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it. Unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some will panic, that is expected. But some, like you, will not panic. Like you, they have been preparing for this moment. Every time they read a post, every time they shared the truth, when it was unpopular, every time they trusted their instincts over the narrative. When the EBS goes live, yours and their role is simple. Be calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with the first EBS broadcast. Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, Thursday, March 19, 2026, with historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, in line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April. The gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the U.S. note of the new quantum financial system, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Thursday, March 19th, Bruce the Big Call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. March 24th or Tuesday, March 25th, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, currency and Zim holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday, March 26th. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran, war, Cuba, and Tier 4B currency and Zim holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or Zim will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends, Zim holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank. Tuesday, March 17th, total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. Trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He's targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and swift control forever as part of the long prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money, used for endless wars, open borders, invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers, making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nisara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Wednesday, March 18th, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018. Stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. A private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island, between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America. Welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Dems voted no. 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20th, 2026, the United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day, more than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million, a net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5, a 10 million barrel a day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela, 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on earth. Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China's rationing. America's exporting. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Voter fraud. Friday, March 20th, CISA and the U.S. government knew about foreign intrusion in U.S. elections before the 2020 election. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Did Chris Wray and Chris Krebs hide an Iranian election hack for 6 years? This ties into even more election interference on top of China and the CCP. According to unsealed court documents and a newly obtained FOIA CISA report, Iranian hackers successfully breached Alaska's voter registration database just days before Election Day, stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UOCAVA overseas ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure in U.S. history, end quote, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 cyber risk summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway Pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only.
Big news. I mean, I kind of see this Iran thing, no matter how it's played out, no matter what happens to the oil, working out for us because why? Drill, baby, drill. That's what I see happening. Alaska, Texas, jobs coming back, oil production coming back to the States. I think Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and he's not intimidated or worried about anything. And he's killing two birds with one stone, taking everybody's oil, and at the same time, taking out the nuclear threat of Iran, which would have been used. People don't understand this. They were going to play this card, right, Sheila? The globalists were going to play this card of nuclear Armageddon, and Iran was going to be the catapult to this, correct?
Yep.
Thank you for joining me.
That's why it wasn't us that took out those guys. It was Israel. Remember that last meeting President Trump had with Bibi right before all of this? When he had that meeting, the press were asking him, so what are you guys saying about Israel? And he goes, I've never even mentioned the word Israel in this meeting. He made it very clear. And then he looked at Bibi. He said, I've never mentioned the word, have I? And Bibi had to acknowledge they never mentioned it. They were working on this because President Trump has also said, everybody's missing it. Guys, we're going to support him. We're going to support them, but it's for them to deal with. The Middle East situation is for them to deal with. Here's the other thing that got uncovered, and I don't know, on my Twitter, I put this out yesterday. Bloomberg actually came out with a chart, and there's absolutely no oil barrels that we're looking for coming through the Strait of Hormuz. But here's what Trump did. Nobody's reading The Art of the Deal, The Art of War. You need to go look at him because this is how he does it. So he said, guys, we're going to have our Navy ships and they're going to be protecting you. When you want to get through the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to help everybody move through there. We're not going to let Iran control this, blah, 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 blah. Do you know who came to our aid to do all of this? Nobody. Not one. Not one.
But that's kind of like that's also killing another bird with one stone. I mean, exposing who NATO is, right?
Yeah. So then he said, you know what, guys, since none of you want to participate in this, I don't need any of that oil anyway, so we're backing off. So we're not going to do anything. And then China called within moments. China called and said, guys, I need your help because we're going to be out of oil. You know what I mean? Because they can't get it from Venezuela anymore because he bought their 80 million barrels. This has been so brilliant because we're revealing nothing is healed since the Spanish-American War 120 years ago. 130 years ago. Nothing has been healed based on going all the way back. I mean, so America became the world order. We've talked about this in 1871. We didn't just become a corporation in 1871. They already had centralized banks, guys, in 1791. So none of this is new. They've been controlling us and then made us the world order. And we've been funding everything and everyone hates us because we're controlling everything, but it's not us.
So do you think China takes Taiwan now? Do you think this is the opportune time for them to make a move on Taiwan?
China doesn't have a way to make a move. They're begging us for barrels of oil.
Trump is a genius, man.
I know.
Even if Trump blows up these oil fields, like what's happening, he doesn't care, right? Because we are going to bring it back here. Drill, baby, drill, right?
And guess what he did? People don't know this. I've been fighting this with our friend for about 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I said there's still 200 capped rigs in California. 200 capped. It's been for a few decades, guys. And they capped them and wouldn't let us do anything. And so we lost businesses. Family lost their homes. I mean, all of these guys have been in this industry forever because it's your transport. It's your rig guys. It's everybody. The whole industry took that hit. 200 capped rigs. What did President just do in the last 48 hours? War Powers Act. What's happening now? Rigs are opening up even offshore in California.
So another way
to do that. Newsom can't stop it. It's not a state issue when it's a Wars Power Act. So the Gettys, but capping all of our oil rigs, it's over. That game's over too. So we're going to be fine. We got 8 million barrels coming from the Venezuela to help their prosperity and their lives. And then we got this going on. But here's the backbone nobody's really looking at. England has revealed who England is.
Explain.
We thought they were really great because, oh my gosh, they got this big British Commonwealth and all the crown and all this kind of stuff. Nobody has realized that's what he's breaking the back of is actually England, because England is a financier behind all of this. And so now we've got even France calling us wanting to do something about oil. We've got, you know what I mean? Because I don't know if you can
financing everybody, correct?
The chart on Twitter, it's Asia and Europe. We've been making it all happen for everybody. And the countries and regions that of the world who rely on the Strait of Hormuz, we're not on there. We're not even on there.
Wow.
We don't even need it. Do you see what I mean?
Trump has. I mean, this should make every country want to go against us. They can't do it, can they?
No.
He knows.
You know what's really crazy? People are going to find out how many of these countries also committed war crimes against us in 2020 that's not over yet. Do you see what I mean? All of this is related. So anyway, he offered to have ships around him and make all this happen. And you see the Strait of Hormuz symbol is on the inside. That's exactly what it looks like. There's nothing about it that's straight. And so Trump has been talking about, he's been saying there's nothing about this that's straight. You guys, if I'm going to get in there now and get this taken care of, it's going to be the Strait of America, just like the Gulf of America.
That's insane. I am just blown away at this guy. I mean,
I know.
Temporary martial law, while global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. Over 500,000 satanic network members in custody worldwide. Raids hit Rome, Brussels, London, D.C. Expect 3 days of lockdown, 10 to 12 days of blackout, bank closures, ATMs not working. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy note, what's really behind the Iran war, 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, and the Benghazi massacre. The official story of 9/11 on September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners and then flew one into each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense, in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave, patriotic passenger victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1st, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6. Though bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn, Intel now revealed that Director of the CIA, John Brennan, asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden, to set him up in Pakistan for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then, Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On Monday, May 24th, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs, with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow, heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to, you guessed it, the CIA. Around a year later, on coincidentally September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama, Biden, Clinton that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran to keep the 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, and Benghazi massacre secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting, "Death to America," for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. That was only one of Trump's multiple accomplishments, and there's a lot more to come, though he was not alone. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and his son JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. Along with President Trump, the Kennedys headed the coup movement to ensure the greatest financial shift in world history took place with a 209-nation global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency that took back taxpayer monies controlled by the bad guys since the beginning of the global financial system. The GCR ensured the people's monies went back to and for the good of the people. Bye-bye fiat dollar, bye-bye corrupt global banking cartel. Even more important, the Q movement was restoring America back to the original concepts of the Constitution via the U.S. Constitutional Republic, appointing Trump as Commander-in-Chief, JFK Jr. as his VP. That goal came to fruition on Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, as the cabal crumbled, when over 500,000 Satan worshippers were under arrest by Trump's global military alliance. Many had already undergone military tribunals, sentencing, and hung as traitors to the Republic. As of Thursday, March 19, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were in custody worldwide. Raids had hit Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. Wednesday, March 18th evening, according to the Emergency Broadcast System platform on Telegram. Those incarcerations and military tribunals ensured the Thursday, March 19, 2026 release of Nasara Jassara law payouts and debt forgiveness around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS was said to have begun that would be followed by 10 to 12 days of darkness, where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The new Starlink satellite system would soon carry through RV, radio, and internet across the globe. Truth documentaries on World Economic Forum crimes, illegal biolabs, election fraud, child rescue operations, and elite tribunals. It was advised to stay home, stay calm, and stay in prayer. Quantum Financial System Global Currency Reset. Thursday, March 19, 2026, with the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April, the gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the new U.S. note of the new quantum financial system, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April the 1st, 2026. Thursday, March 19th, Bruce the Big Call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday, March 24th or Tuesday, March 25th, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B currency and Zim holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday, March 26th. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran war, Cuba, and Tier 4B currency and Zim holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or Zim will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends, Zim holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank. Thursday, March 19, 2026. The QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery, control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system compromises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere pieces of papers, which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority. and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Guru Information and Intel, Thursday, March 19th. Medea Greer, a retired police commissioner, handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns, when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family is crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title, while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies, splitting fines and corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded till the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast, and it will end their dark control forever. Fake news operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now, and ritual abuse on a scale that will make you sick. Michael Jackson built Neverland as a safe haven to protect kids from these monsters, and they destroyed him for it. Light is flooding every dark corner. The Great Awakening surges stronger than ever. QAnon's the White Hats already secured victory years ago. The storm rages, but we triumph. Gold-backed systems will smash the banker enslavement once and for all. Everything turns out more than all right. God and the Patriots win. The cabal is finished. Worldwide temporary martial law would secure the people during the coming global lockdown. For those mass arrests, patriots were urged to stock food, cash, and essentials for 10 to 12 days as the EBS prepared to broadcast undeniable truth about what was going on with those Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. That exposure included Cuba's grid collapse and the British monarchy fall, along with the Hollywood and Rothschild strongholds. Victory nears. Thursday, March 19th, Israel has been named as responsible for the bombing of the largest LNG plant in the world in Qatar. It was estimated that 50% of the world will go without fuel. Thursday, March 19th, major travel crisis. 100,000 plus Homeland Security workers were not getting paid. Over 300 TSA workers have quit their jobs to work where they can be paid and support their families. Americans were stuck in hours-long security lines at airports, all because Democrats have refused to fund national security workers. Thursday, March 19, 2026, insane. The government contract awarded to clean up the fire debris after the Lahaina Maui fires went to a company that was paid more than the cost to rebuild each home. Almost $1.5 million per lot just to clean up. It's the same company doing the LA fire cleanup. Oh, that's not a coincidence. What are the odds? This one is going to blow your mind. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers paid $396 million to ECC, the same company who's doing the LA fire cleanup, to clear 268 lots. That's almost $1.5 million per lot. Thursday, March 19th, insane. American taxpayers paid $50 billion for the Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money laundered to NGOs. So we paid for that. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America in case a clear Trump win was coming. It was all planned and paid for. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, March 19th, breaking alert. Children of Iran's regime leaders are teaching and studying in America's elite U.S. universities, while their parents call for death to America. Ain't a problem. Thursday, March 19th, bombshell announcement. Pete Hegseth tears into anti-American media in powerful war speech. You, the Patriots, are my audience today. Thursday, March 19th, bombshell strategy. Scott Bessent announces U.S. to unleash Iran's own oil against them. 140 million barrels turned into a weapon. Thursday, March 19th, breaking. UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Japan fall in line. Back Trump to crush Iran's Strait blockade. From silence to action, AMG News. Thursday, March 19th, breaking intel drop. Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden. The whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom. And Thursday, March 19th, nuclear bombshell. Since 1871, we were born as corporate slaves, otherwise known as chattel. The Great Awakening exposes the system and reclaims human sovereignty. Voter fraud, Thursday, March 19, 2026. Democrats will do anything to block national voter ID laws, including the Save America Act. 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, spending $400,000 to purchase 8,000 votes across several elections. Barack Obama qualified for the primary with 534 signatures. The prosecutor discovered 3 years later that 100 to 200 of those signatures were forged. Barack Obama was never qualified for the primary in Indiana, meaning Barack Obama was not president. He is not president, much less a former president. Alex Jones on Telegram. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and son, JFK Jr., alive and running the Q movement. Rolling EBS blackout in effect. Nasar Jasara debt-free payouts, live worldwide. Prepare for 3-day lockdown, 10 to 12 days of communication darkness, while Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests of pedophile, traitor, deep state global elites. Judy note, President John F. Kennedy Sr. and John F. Kennedy Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. At least that's what Carolyn Bessette Kennedy claimed. Miss Kennedy ought to know she was reported to have gone down with her husband and sister in that plane crash so many years ago, but evidently not. JFK Sr. was alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram, Wednesday, March 18, 2026. What Bessette didn't say, and most Anons were aware of, was that her husband and father-in-law, along with the President Donald Trump, were heading the greatest financial shift in world history, plus restoring the U.S. constitutional republic with Trump as commander-in-chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That fight was coming to a climax. Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, was the night the cabal crumbled and Nasar Jasar payouts and debt forgiveness went live around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS began at midnight Wednesday, along with 10 to 12 days of darkness, where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The 10 to 12 days of blackout was accompanied by bank closures, ATMs not working in temporary martial law, while the global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. The first EBS broadcast will be the raids, live, uncensored footage of the main characters of the global child trafficking ring being dragged into the light. The green light on the Empire State Building Wednesday night was a transmission, a warning to some, confirmation to others. The sky above New York was pulsing, a frequency shift you can feel in your bones. For the next 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, financial system that enslaved you, all of it unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. The above about the Kennedys being alive and running the Q movement should not be all that surprising. So much truth has been kept from the public in this war of good against evil. Tuesday, March 17th, Bruce, the big call. Bank of America and Chase banks were finally connected to the QFS at 4 a.m. Monday morning, March 16, 2026. 93 banks in Europe were not connected to the QFS and would likely never be. A Wells Fargo paymaster predicted we would be notified Wednesday, March 18th or Thursday, March 19th. A military contact said we would be notified before Friday, March 20th. Bondholders have been told they would have usable funds on Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday, March 18th, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018, stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Wednesday, March 18th, boom, RV military op. The new financial system, step out of the matrix and into the golden age. Dinar, Dong, and Zim, GCR, the alliance. The White Hats military, Trump Tier 4B, activated on Telegram. Boom, the White Hats are leading the charge in the global currency reset with a military operation to bring down the corrupt financial system. Get ready for the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. This is being described as the moment to break free from the old system and step into a new era of prosperity, freedom, and wealth redistribution. The global revolution has begun. Prepare for the greatest shift in human history. The financial reset many have been talking about is presented as a complete transformation of the system. The golden age is said to be on the horizon, where humanity reclaims control over its economic future. The Great Awakening, humanity is waking up to the truth. The old financial structure built on debt and control is being challenged. Many believe the world is entering a period where people recognize their own power and the system begins to change. The global currency reset, a complete overhaul of the financial system. Supporters say the shift moves from fiat currencies controlled by central banks to a system backed by real assets, such as gold and silver connected to the quantum financial system. The quantum financial system, QFS, the future of money is digital, described as decentralized and secure. The QFS uses advanced ledger technology to create transparent and fast global transactions, with networks like Stellar playing a role in global financial connectivity. The key players, Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim, these currencies are said to be at the center of the revaluation event, potentially triggering large-scale wealth realignment and supporting global humanitarian projects. The revolution has begun and many believe there is no stopping it. The old world is changing and a new era of economic freedom and global cooperation is being discussed. As the future stands strong, stay aware and watch as history continues to unfold. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The Iranian regime just collapsed. Now Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is dead. White Hat Special Forces struck his bunker at 3:33 EET. He was executed on the spot. Iran has surrendered. The Islamic Republic is finished. Wednesday, March 18th, Operation Epic Fury. Hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline, near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
Decisively.
Wednesday, March 28th, 107. Trump breaking news, 3/18/26. All hell is breaking loose in 48 hours. 107 on Telegram. 107 has issued a critical update revealing that President Trump is in no position to bow to the crazy demands coming from the Iranian regime. The mullahs are pushing for full American withdrawal from the Middle East along with enormous payoffs and other insane concessions. According to the latest intelligence, all hell is breaking loose in the next 48 hours. These regime leaders are operating in a suicidal frenzy. They're pushing the world to the absolute edge, apparently hoping for some messianic arrival or even alien intervention to save them from what is coming. This fits perfectly with their apocalyptic religion that requires bringing the planet to total destruction before their savior appears. The Iranian people have suffered tremendously under this cult. Iran holds deep biblical significance as the land of Esther and the burial place of the prophet Daniel. Right now it has the fastest growing Christian population anywhere on earth. After the regime's savage crackdowns during the uprisings several years back, which killed between 60,000 and 70,000 innocent souls, especially targeting women with unbelievable brutality, a powerful underground resistance formed. This resistance has sent a clear and terrifying message to police and military officials. They know where the families of the oppressors live and will not hesitate to strike back. The fight has intensified once again as the people see their moment of opportunity under President Trump. Trump has repeatedly stated that this is the time for the Iranian citizen to rise up and remove these dictators who do not speak for them. The regime has sponsored global terrorism since the fall of the Shah. In the Congo alone, over 20 million Christians were slaughtered with Iranian support alongside other militant groups. Similar terror networks run through South America via Venezuela. Neutralizing Iran is essential for any real world peace. The mullahs continue issuing nuclear and biological weapons threats. Trump and the White Hats are taking them deadly serious. Precision strikes are currently destroying key facilities while minimizing civilian harm. Chinese deep state assets and infrastructure that allowed control over Iranian ports and oil are being systematically eliminated. This surgical approach ensures that when Reconstruction begins, the Iranian people will rebuild on their own terms without cabal influence. Trump will structure the recovery so Iran repays every cent, keeping the burden off American taxpayers while securing lasting freedom. Meanwhile, the globalist forces are desperately attacking the patriot community. Soros money and foreign interests are funding efforts to divide and demoralize MAGA supporters through various influencers. Yet the White Hats have already achieved massive victories by sending dangerous gang leaders like Trendo Ragua directly to Gitmo and disrupting terror cells across the country. The original installation of the Khomeini regime was a deep state operation, engineered during his time in French exile. That long-term chaos plan is now collapsing. A massive Christian awakening combined with military precision is bringing biblical justice to the region. Patriots, the storm is upon us, and Trump is executing the final phase. The deep state is in total panic as their Iranian stronghold crumbles. Stay strong, trust the plan, and prepare for the greatest awakening in history. Victory is closer than ever.
We're seeing Iran at the moment respond to the attacks that are coming in from Israel, backed up by America. And this is all part of the exposure. But why is it happening? I'll tell you why. They don't want you looking at the Epstein files. I know there's 6 million pages out there, but you're being distracted away from it because what's in the Epstein files will blow your mind. It's not just about children, child trafficking, human trafficking. It's about election rigging, fraud, the corruption of politicians, etc., etc., etc. There is so much information there. You'll need AI to even start to go through it. But don't be distracted. This war is all about distracting you away from the truth.
Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, 107 High Alert. Shares never before heard. Trump and U.S. military intel, Medea Greer. Hello there, beautiful souls. It's me, Medea Greer, and if we haven't crossed paths before, let me assure you it's no coincidence that you've landed here today. I've spent every sunrise and sunset of my life on a tireless quest, seeking out the radiant essence of truth in this vast, dazzling universe of ours. In a powerful gathering on March 18, 2026, 107 shared explosive, never-before-heard intel on President Trump and U.S. military operations with patriots immersed in spiritual warfare. These revelations confirm the White Hats have the plan under full control, and the deep state is collapsing rapidly. Juan explained how President Trump must work within the system using congressionally approved advisors while cleverly challenging corrupt elements like Fauci. Health policy moves were 4D chess strategies to expose frauds and protect the public, while military operations positioned as truths emerge daily. Military actions in Iran target deep state and Chinese infrastructure, freeing the country as Christianity grows at unprecedented rates. Parallel efforts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Mexico stop fentanyl flows, and child exploitation rings threatening American families. Massive school bond crisis will hit banks harder than 2008, paving the way for the reset. Trump is set to abolish the IRS and taxes on Social Security. Silver will rocket above $300 an ounce soon, rewarding those patriots who prepare. Juan emphasized keeping the body in top condition through natural methods that recently transformed his health, essential for the battles. May 17, 2026 sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4th. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. The 2020 fight climaxes now. No weapon prospers. Patriots, the storm is upon us. Deep state falls, awakening surges. Hold the line. Best is yet to come.
I was going slow on this. I've been on this for years, but even over the last year and a half or so, while we got our ducks in a row, it's a bit complex, but it boils down to this. In the U.S., 85% of the bond fraud that's going on in the U.S. Involving bonds, it's all tied to schools, school districts. And that bond fraud is so extensive that at a bare-ass minimum, you'll lose 600 banks. One of the fixes that occurred within the 2008 repair process was they started doing stress tests on the banks, and they required that the banks now have to hold 60% of their cash in bonds, government issued bonds, where they're securitized. The government's going to make sure they get paid. Well, what's the biggest bond market that the U.S. has? It's related to schools, public schools. And so they're required to hold these. The problem is they've been rolling these bonds over where they don't have to pay principal or interest in many cases, and there's just a balloon payment at the end. And many of these have been going on now for a couple of decades. And the problem is that the number that's owed now just in interest is so great that there's not enough money in many of the counties across the country. If you took all the money from all the people in the county, they couldn't service the interest on these bonds that are owed. So you have reached a point literally of no return. It's only a matter of time now before this whole thing blows apart in an unbelievable way. In the case of bonds were considered little old ladies, children, somebody that, they're not sophisticated, they can't look at this day to day, and they got to have the money. Retirement 401ks and like that. And so you'd have this, bond investments, small return, low risk. Because it's low risk, the banks were required after 2008 as part of the protection to carry 60% of their cash deposits in bonds. The problem is the bonds aren't worth the paper they're printed on. In fact, if you liquidated everything out just as it sits right now, real value, cashable value of the bonds is somewhere down around 13 to 15%. And that's the cash value. There's not enough, unlike, say, a water district where they're selling the water as a utility, electrical district where they're generating, payments from customers like that. The schools, what generates the payments to service those bonds is taxes on the property. And at the core of the problem, you have districts all over the country where they have artificially continued to hike the values of the houses, the reported values, therefore the taxable value artificially. And it doesn't fit the guidelines. It's a little wonky here, but think about what I'm saying for a second. If you have certain employers in a neighborhood, let's say it's Amazon and the golf shop and a car dealer and some restaurants and some law firms, you take the median income of the people that live in that area and you look at what they can support as far as taxes for property taxes. Even if you're a renter, the guy that owns the building that you're renting from, his rents are based on what people can afford to pay. Right. And then the value of the building's based on that. So what they've been doing is this game where they keep upping the property values for assessment purposes. And everybody's kind of been going along with, but now the assessments are going up and up and up, and they're not tied to real revenue in the areas. And so your property taxes are becoming unwieldy, more than you can afford to pay. For example, in Colorado, property taxes in the last year went up on an average of 40%.
Wow.
Now think about that. How many years can you do that? And they're saying they have to up it again next year and the year after. So what's happening? And it's tied precisely, directly, specifically to public schools.
Yep.
So with that in mind, there is a limit. People still have to eat. They still have other taxes they have to pay. They still have to be able to function. If you're retired, living off a fixed income, which is tied to the bonds in your 401k or whatever, you might be toast. And if you have money in the bank and the bank goes bankrupt, even your deposits in the bank, while the FDI insures stuff, if all the banks fail at those kind of numbers simultaneously, they have to print all this money to cover it. What happens to the value of everybody else's dollars when you print a lot of new dollars? It dilutes the value of the other dollars. So now you have a value crisis. When I say that metals are critical for everybody here at this moment in time, it's because you're really looking at some variation of the Weimar Republic in Germany. Talking to Ohio Brett about this just the other day. You have an existential crisis. It's an L event. It's an extinction level event within the monetary community that we're right on the brink of. It won't wait till 2031 or 32. Just 2 days ago, 33 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds were purchased by the Treasury because on the open market, there was no buyers for those bonds at the numbers that we wanted to keep the interest rate at, so we bought them back ourselves. That can't happen very many times. There's a crisis looming that is beyond most people's even vision to, visualize what this could look like within the way that our government, our society functions. And at the core is the school bonds. And now you see the end of it, and it's for the children. America has been bankrupted, and you're about to have a existential life and death experience for America in a way that it defies almost explanation.
Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Explosive intel confirms JFK Sr. alive, thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Trump stands as commander-in-chief of the restored republic with JFK Jr. poised to step forward as vice president. The greatest reveal patriots have awaited. We're in divine hands. God wins. The global currency reset ignites now, launching the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. Trump seized control from the cabal's Federal Reserve stranglehold, restoring sovereign treasury power. Income tax abolished forever, replaced by fair tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods only. Deep state puppets scream as their fiat empire crumbles. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure the transition. Global military alliance under Trump activates final phase. Mass arrests of cabal elites, pedophile networks exposed and dismantled, traitors in chains. No escape. The storm is here. Emergency broadcast system via Starlink prepares to flood screens with undeniable truth. 10 days of darkness imminent. Power grids temporarily down for secure Nassar-Jassar rollout. Stock essentials, food, water, cash, generators. Banks go dark as old system dies. QFS takes over seamlessly. Jassara activates humanitarian relief on massive scale. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages delivered. Suppressed technologies released. Zim redemptions begin for humanitarian projects, followed by currency exchanges at sky-high rates. Free energy, clean water, advanced healing for all patriots. First, Trump and JFK Jr. lead the charge. Kennedy curse broken, family reunited in victory. The Republic rises, Constitution restored, freedom reborn. The end of tyranny is now. Patriots hold the line. The greatest awakening in history unfolds. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know is of Thursday, March 19th, 2026. I'm not an a-hole. I actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your BS. Wednesday, March 18th, Senator Kennedy on spending cuts. Democrats left in silence as Kennedy brutally destroyed them on President Trump's spending cuts. Wednesday, March 18th, the Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. Total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA, from Hurricane Katrina, gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated. These shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them, and a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars. The Schiff on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking Trump springs the NATO trap. We don't need them to crush Iran. Wednesday, March 18th, Intel confirmed Iranian terror masterminds strike out. Minister Esmail Khatib killed in overnight military strike. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking alert. Every American needs to watch this Tucker Carlson video. Iran war warning, AMG News. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Trump's Energy Act kicks in. U.S. sells Alaska oil and gas leases for the first time since 2019. March 18th, 2026. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Gitmo Thunder strikes. Meet Darcy Crandall, the deep state's worst nightmare. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking special report. House passes bill requiring automatic deportation for illegals who commit welfare fraud. 186. Wednesday, March 18th, delayed at the airport. Thank a Democrat. Democrats have voted repeatedly to protect criminal illegal aliens and prevent our own American TSA agents from getting paychecks. Democrats have chosen to make the American people suffer just so illegal aliens can stay in our country. More than 300 TSA agents have quit their job. They weren't getting paid and had to provide for their family. The MAGA Wire on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The real King Charles III was executed on February 10, 2023. Israel is last. Wednesday, March 18th. Israel has shut down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre indefinitely for the first time in the history of Christianity. Wednesday, March 18th, the Rothschild sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. JFK secrets on Telegram. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister, elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, canceled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath in the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, being one of the wealthiest and most opposed. Wednesday, March 18th, on July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is solely because they don't want you digging about. The Great Reset is here. The U.S. no longer the cabal's debt machine. Soon, temporary martial law across every nation. Secure food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown, while Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests worldwide. Time to obliterate the deep state. Do it, Q. Pray for the children. Where we go one, we go all. Pray for the troops and their families. God bless their commitment to peace and ensuring liberty for us all. Judy note, military intelligence has confirmed that when they raided the Clinton estate last week, they found a 7-mile high-speed rail dumb tunnel system built during the Clintons' White House years that directly connected to the White House and Oval Office. Live cams showed children's cases. Judy note, most of the links in my articles have been removed from the internet. I leave them in to let the reader know they once existed. Other news of Wednesday, March 18, 2026. On top of his gigantic, President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing on March 16, 2026, an executive order for a task force to eliminate fraud. He was targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. It was for these and many other reasons related to American security that at some time on Wednesday, March 18th, an announcement over the military emergency broadcast system was scheduled to hit cell phones worldwide. President Trump intended to expose Nassar Jassar laws, freeing peoples of the world from debt by returning stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. By that time, the EBS, which already has taken over all mainstream media, TV, radio, and internet worldwide, would proclaim that within the next 5 hours everyone needed to be home for a worldwide lockdown that would perhaps last 10 to 12 days. For the first 72 hours of those 10 to 12 days, 10 countries will broadcast 24/7 in 22 different languages. 8-hour documentaries that disclose what Trump's global military alliance has been doing to free the world from clutches of this Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state global elite, and thus wake up the masses. The Trump alliance is already activated. POTUS was heading to Israel undercover to take command of the Temple Mount and reclaim it for God's true warriors. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been confirmed dead. On Monday evening, March 16, 2026, Netanyahu was erased in a silent operation with no body, no trace, just divine vanishing. Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform on Telegram. U.S. martial law has exploded into full force. Tanks were rolling on D.C. streets. Deep state hideouts have been vaporized by tactical strikes. On Tuesday, March 17th, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed, putting the country in a blackout for the first time since the U.S. blocked oil to the country. More of the global military alliance secret victories. The British monarchy has fallen. The Black Lordship of Rome has fallen. Hollywood is down. The Vatican has fallen. Dark Rothschild family members have fallen. Cabal bases are destroyed worldwide. Abused children were being saved all over the world. Orion 5 with 50 federal countries relentlessly hits the drug trade. Slaves in underground tunnels are freed all over the world. Money laundering will be prevented. Liberation of cabal countries like Serbia lately is a fact. In many countries, hundreds of pedophiles are arrested every day. Empire, powerful names are being collapsed. Humanity recognizes politicians who suppress the masses worldwide. Starlink to take over worldwide communications, TV, radio, internet for 10 to 12 days during military mass arrests. Tuesday, March 17th, Patriots, the moment many were warned about us is no longer ahead of us. It has begun. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Reports from multiple high-level channels indicate the final phase is now underway. Military White Hat operations, together with Space Force infrastructure, are taking control of the global communications network. The Starlink constellation is positioned and ready to deliver the information release. Legacy satellite systems tied to mainstream media are expected to go dark. Traditional broadcast towers are being phased out of the grid. The window for the 10 days of darkness is starting to open. This is operational. Localized power disruptions, temporary internet outages, and cell signal interruptions may occur as part of a coordinated shutdown designed to maintain civilian safety while major operations unfold. QFS synchronization at the highest levels is reportedly complete. Asset-backed financial frameworks are activating step by step. The old fiat system is reaching its final stage. Justice operations that began years ago are now moving fast. Individuals long suspected of corruption are said to be facing accountability. Detention facilities are fully operational. Military tribunals are accelerating behind closed doors. Faith remains central. Many believe this moment represents a historic turning point. Darkness cannot stand forever. Truth eventually rises. Prepare your household. Have water, food, candles, batteries, essential supplies ready in case of temporary disruptions. During outages, limit normal phone usage and rely on backup communications if available. For many, the Great Awakening was no longer an idea, but a moment unfolding in real time. Where we go one, we go all. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 17th. Fox News, White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Ballistic missile attacks from Iran right now are down 90%. Their drone capabilities are down 95%. We've sunk more than 65 of their naval ships. We've hit more than 6,000 targets. We are totally eradicating this threat. And Tuesday, March 17, 2020, breaking: Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden have been exposed for putting the entire world at risk due to propping up Iran. Kayleigh McKinney. A $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran. $400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion, with a B. Day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State Antony Blinken ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer. Fast forward to 2023, the Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. In the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, all roads lead to Obama. And yesterday I noticed on the earthquake, USGS earthquake map, that there was an earthquake in Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, and it was 10 kilometers down, which tells me it was a dumb tunnel. So they're still doing stuff underground. Israel is last. Tuesday, March 17, 2026, the Prime Minister of Qatar told Tucker Carlson that Qatar's ties with Hamas began years ago at the request of the U.S. government. He says all the money flowing into Gaza is routed through Israel and Mossad. Tuesday, March 17th, Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center due to the pressure of the Israeli government on the United States to start war with Iran. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Tuesday, March 17th, total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. Trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He's targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money, used for endless wars, open borders, invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers, making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nisara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more. Admiralty law, oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Tuesday, March 17th, the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. Federal Reserve turned America into a debt machine for the banking elite. Trump and the QFS are crushing it in 2026. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Federal Reserve is the greatest scam in American history. A private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 from secret Jekyll Island meetings by Rockefeller, Morgan, and Warburg bankers, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. And it's unconstitutional, too, because only the government is allowed to print our money, not a foreign private banking syndicate. As of March 2026, this Ponzi scheme demands ever more debt to pay previous loans, enslaving generations. The Fed creates money from keystrokes, lends to government at interest paid by taxpayers through IRS enforcement. Inflation, a hidden tax, skyrockets costs of food and homes, eroding savings while Wall Street insiders profit hugely. They rig rates, cause market crashes, and bail out big banks with trillions. This funds global wars and conflicts, benefiting arms dealers and deep state players at the cost of American lives. The petrodollar forces oil in dollars, triggering interventions against challengers like past Middle East actions. But Donald Trump is dismantling this deep state tool. His policies challenge Fed power, and behind scenes, white hats roll out the quantum financial system with quantum tech for secure asset-backed money immune to fraud. Nasara advances with debt forgiveness, IRS abolition, and constitutional restoration. Millions will see their fraudulent debts forgiven, the IRS dismantled forever, replaced by a simple fair tax, empowering every citizen and restoring power to the states as intended by the Constitution. Patriots know the elites panic as bricks and gold systems threaten dollar hegemony. Tribunals await traitors, and a golden age of prosperity awaits as the debt slavery ends. The Great Awakening is here, with Trump leading to true freedom. The banking elite's empire falls as QAnon stands strong, and the plan to liberate America succeeds spectacularly. This marks the end of centuries of control and America's true renaissance under patriotic leadership. Tuesday, March 17th, breaking. White Hats rally. The storm ignites as Trump leads the charge against deep state shadows. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The gathering pulses with unyielding resolve. Ricardo Bossi, Michael Jaco, John Michael Chambers, and Derek Johnson converge, unleashing truths that shatter illusions. Q's vigilant warriors stand firm, eyes piercing through scripted deceptions, connecting ancient patterns to today's headlines. Like Revelation's prophecies unfolding, these digital soldiers, fluent in crypto ledgers and election anomalies, hold the line with Isaiah's fire, arming veterans and awakening minds. Trump's bold warnings echo. Assassins lurk, but the White Hats expand the battlefield, flipping the Overton window wide. Tariffs crush foreign thieves, exposing Supreme Court corruption tied to Clinton shadows and foreign bribes. By April 2026, investigations will dismantle judicial overreach, reclaiming sovereignty as Trump doubles down. Tariffs soaring to 50% on cheaters. The deep state's narrow debates crumble under this onslaught. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount. Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back layers to child trafficking horrors. Files drip, fueling outrage, but White Hats monitor, breaking moral chains. Humanity's numb souls awaken to the scale. Adrenalized blood trades, McDonald's secrets, evil tires, momentum surges on our side. Tribunals churn at Gitmo. Sentences executed in shadows ready for revelation. By summer 2026, Iran simmers as strategic strikes expose Obama's failed deals. Uranium lies at 80%. No world war, just precision dismantling diplomacy's facade. Tying to assassination plots, Trump's exile claims bait for puppets. Aliens loom, files released by mid-2026, ET, DNA manipulations, ancient tech jumps, Gilgamesh truths, sky people and Bibles, Eisenhower's Greada Treaty exposed, portals glimpsed, underground bases like Area 51 pulse with secrets, humanity's origins rewrite, freeing us from lies, elections secure by November 2026, voter ID, no mail-ins except essentials, SAVE Act enforces despite Senate, military government overrides, sanitizing roles under Executive Order 13848, cyber teams guard, exposing 2024 frauds, swing states reclaim, deep state capitulates, Trump Supreme Commander declares occupied no more, Great Liberation dawns January 20th, 2027. Puppets flee as sovereignty restores. Patriots, the veil rips. Evil's ugly run ends. We've endured, refined in fire. Momentum's ours. Collective consciousness unbreakable. White Hats unite. Storm raging. Light victorious. Hold fast. Dawn breaks. Empires fall. Q's plan unbreakable. The best surges. Medbeds, Tesla patents. Wealth repatriated. God wins. Humanity rises eternal. Where we go one, we go all. Voter fraud, Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Dominion voting machines were allegedly found by election experts to be programmed in some counties to give Biden 113% per vote and Trump only 87% per vote. This caused some vote totals to have decimals in their totals, altering the 2020 election outcome by weighing the vote totals per one vote, where one vote equaled more or less than one vote. Judy, note, the EBS global activation was expected within the next 48 hours via President Trump and JFK Jr. joint address from Jerusalem, a biblical moment. 2 American patriots returning the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. It was rumored that President Trump, Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, was headed to Israel, and they would take command of the Temple Mount, reclaiming it for God's true followers. Trump saw it as the end of the great fight and said, "Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity." In a Simpsons cartoon series, they predicted that on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Trump would become King of Israel. A little creepy, don't you think? After all, Trump and the Q movement have always promoted that Israel would be last in this great war of good against evil. Believe it? Only time and release of the EBS military broadcasts will tell. We do know that at least since the Biden so-called inauguration, we've been watching a movie. Along with their scripted actors or clones, it's hard to tell anymore whether the scenario with Trump in the Holy Land was part of a play acting. We also know that Trump's military was winning the war with Iran, a country that for years has been building up their nuclear power while shouting death to America. And we actually have paid protesters here in America who were against Trump and what is he doing to save America and what he is doing to save America. Then there's that scenario just a few days ago when it was reported that Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested. A special forces military unit was said to have raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal, was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Child trafficking and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. Now, we know the original Hillary was taken on 9/11, 2017, I think. So this must be a clone or something. It's part of the pantomime. Yet way back in September 2021. Possible timing. Judy, note, no one knows the date of the beginning of the days of darkness, where the new Starlink satellite system, which already has complete control of mainstream media satellites, will take over TV, radio, and internet programming for 10 to 12 days. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. On Sunday, May 17th, Trump has called for a National Day of Prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, July 4th, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Global currency reset. Judy, note, no one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. Monday, March 16th, EBS activation. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the Citizens Owned Sovereign Fund dashboard. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy, note, we've been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Monday, March 16th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reignites the gold standard debate. Gold can't have a budget deficit. Gold can't start a war. Monday, March 16th, just in. Trump demands emergency Fed action. Cut interest rates now. Even a third grader knows it. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, March 16th, Dubai is burning, and the whole world just told Trump no. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. This morning, an Iranian drone hit a fuel tank next to Dubai International Airport. Flights stopped, smoke over the skyline. The busiest airport in the Middle East shut down. Hours later, Fujairah oil port hit again. Saudi Arabia intercepted 37 drones in one day. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar all under attack. The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump demanded 7 countries send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Every single one said no. UK said no. NATO said no. Australia said no. Japan said no. China said Hormuz belongs to Iran. Trump's response? We will remember. But here's what nobody's asking. Why would every Western ally refuse to help the most powerful military on earth secure the world's most important oil route? Unless they know something. Unless they know this war isn't about oil. It isn't about Hormuz. It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about what's underneath Isfahan. It's about the names in the Epstein files. It's about the $9.7 trillion that moved through the Federal Reserve with no audit. They're not refusing because they can't help. They're refusing because if Trump wins this, their system dies too. Every government that said no today has the same banks, the same donors, the same names in the same files. Falling crown doesn't stop at Tehran. Dubai is burning. The world said no, and Trump said he'll remember. He will share this. The real news for Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Monday, March 16th, breaking news, Trump hits Iran hard. Oil war explodes, young Americans divided. Economy under fire, March 16th, AMG News. Monday, March 16th, Trump demands Judge Boasberg be removed. Corrupt, crooked, out of control. He's got TDS. Impeach Boasberg. Trump detonates a deep state.
Cuba suffered a nationwide power outage yesterday after its entire electrical grid collapsed, leaving millions without electricity in the latest sign of a deepening energy crisis. Charlie, is it going to spread?
Well, this is all part of the distraction. We're going to get distractions from Cuba. We're going to get distractions from Taiwan. We're getting distractions from Israel. We're getting distractions from Iran. We've had distractions in Ukraine. We've had distractions in Venezuela. This will continue. It's all distractions as the old system is being collapsed. Whether you like it or not, it's being collapsed in plain sight. And I've said for many years now that the light is exposing the darkness. And we're now watching a movie, I call it a pantomime, to show what's really happening in the world. And I'll give you one example of what's happening in the world right now in America. Amy Coney Barrett has suddenly, along with John Roberts, have published they've filed their expenses for the year. And what this has done is exposed the bribes that they've been paid by the Soros Foundation. And they're not small, they're huge. But they haven't come in as bribes. They've come in as gifts, which, I'll be honest with you, made me laugh. Because when I was moving money around the world 30 years ago, we used to use the term gift because it avoided any questions. They're using the same playbook today as we were using 30 years ago so that people wouldn't think. But of course, the world's caught up. They know what a gift is. It's a bribe. It's a backhander.
Government fraud. Monday, March 16th, U.S. government Trump bans fraud task force. Monday, March 16th, $1 million grant from DHS to Minnesota public schools to prevent drug abuse was spent on Somali programs. Isn't that just wonderful? One of the fraudsters involved husband also stole $5 million from taxpayers in a separate scheme. The grant was spent on Somali Youth Soccer League. Money from the grant was funneled into an NGO, after-school programming, and youth engagement events. The district planned to allocate $120,000 to 6 local cultural-specific organizations. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Monday, March 16th, the city of Los Angeles bought a Ramada Inn for $10.2 million to house homeless. Since then, they started sending money to an NGO to take over the project. Sounds like money laundering to me. It's now sat vacant for 4 years and $20 million has been spent, meant to house only 32 people. Yeah, where'd the rest of the money go? Kickbacks. No work being done. Money laundering. For years, neighbors say construction has been slow. Where are the workers? Where's the urgency? For almost 4 years, the property has sat unfinished. Why does it take so long and such a waste of money? There's nothing to even show for it. Trump signs Obama arrest order after the former president declared a former foreign enemy. JAG tribunals ignite, Washington, D.C. The storm is officially upon us. Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock. GMT, TV, radio, internet, rerouted for 10 days of darkness. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy, note, you were advised to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, including bank and ATM closures, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites across the world. The Illuminati deep state cabal crimes of money laundering, pedophilia, blackmail. Sunday, March 15th. Project Constitution just discovered a leaked phone call on the DOJ website that allegedly shows Erica Kirk managing girls for Jeffrey Epstein. The more you do, the more you get paid. He says it has been independently verified and is undeniably Erica Kirk's voice. Sunday, March 15th, Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower every single day except on 9/11. Coincidentally, that's the day the towers were brought down. All coincidentally, both his son and daughter were running late to work, and morning were not in the towers when they fell. Also, triple coincidentally, Silverstein collected billions from insurance he recently bought on the Twin Towers before they were attacked, the largest insurance settlement in history. Sunday, March 15th, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who spoke out about child trafficking, stolen elections, and global elites, was summoned to the Vatican for excommunication and silenced. If the world knew what they hide, governments would collapse. Sunday, March 15th, Senator Ron Johnson on Face the Nation. It's official. Senate Democrats exposed for keeping DHS shut down amid terror threats. CBS reports highlight Senator Mark Warner and other Democrats maintaining the DHS shutdown despite growing security risks and chaotic TSA lines. Critics call for Republicans to bypass the Democrats and Chuck Schumer by eliminating the filibuster to reopen DHS and protect American safety. Sunday, March 15th, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide, banks not Basel III compliant were closing doors, sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanishing into military custody. No statement, no explanation. Sunday, March 15th, Trump's global military alliance have breached underground vaults where trillions were hidden. Gold and securities seized from the corrupt Rothschild Rockefeller networks, which have stolen the people's monies since 1913. The gold was now under control of the new U.S. Treasury to back the global currency reset and be given back to the people from which it was stolen. Nothing's going on? That's because the mainstream media won't report it. In March 2026 alone, President Trump has declared the restoration of the new sovereign American Republic under common law, no more admiralty law or unfair debt, activated the gold asset-backed global currency reset and returned 209 countries of the world to the gold standard, thereby closing all banks not Basel III compliant. Declared worldwide activation of the Nassara and Jassara laws as the Great Debt Wipeout begins. Dissolved the privately owned by corrupt bankers, Fiat Currency Inc., Bank of London, and Vatican Bank. Transferred the once privately owned Federal Reserve to be under the sovereign government of America's new U.S. Treasury. In the process of changing the Internal Revenue Service into the External Revenue Service, No more income tax. The government will now function only on monies from tariffs, and a 14% flat tax on new items bought only, with none on food, medicine, used homes, or cars, thereby returning taxpayer monies back under control of the people. Trump's global military alliance has arrested, tried in a military tribunal, and convicted former U.S. President Bill and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, sentencing them both to hang. Avoided a nuclear World War III by obliterating Iran's military and nuclear capabilities that Obama and Biden made possible. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Among the casualties of that Iran war was Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed by an Iranian attack, or so they say. Netanyahu was said to house the Vatican's international ring in Israeli underground tunnels, while promoting continual war against Israelis through his Zionism movement. In loving memory, the 6 Air Force airmen killed in U.S. military plane crash during the Iran War identified as Major John A. Klinner, 33, Captain Ariana G. Savano, 31, Tech Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, Captain Curtis J. Angst, 30, Tech Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, 28. Possible timing. Sunday, March 15, 2026, green light, 11:11. The time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open, execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock GMT, the final activation seek according to sources within the Global Quantum Alliance. Also on Monday, March 16, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness Protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. EBS Project Odin 10 Days of Darkness Final Activation. Sunday, March 15th, the time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open, execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Green light 11:11. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, March 15th, 2026. Urgent. Project Odin plus EBS sequence. Final activation pings confirmed. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Starlink override locked. Mossad media dead. Blackout staging complete. Arrests now, resignations in headlines. Watch closely. JFK Jr. symbolism dropped today for a reason. The storm is biblical. The Almighty has spoken. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Sunday, March 15th. March 13th has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on March 16th. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns. In Europe and the United States, Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 15th, NBC breaking. President Trump says he's hearing that Iran's supreme leader and that Iran desperately wants a ceasefire deal. I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that's surrender. Iran wants to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet, Trump told NBC. On the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe we'll be joined by other countries who are somewhat impeded, and in some cases impeded from getting the oil. On Khomeini, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him. The war with Iran. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of the $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Sunday, March 15th, Secretary Chris Wright. For 47 years, Iran has threatened the Strait of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors. Just imagine an Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. Global currency reset. Saturday, March 14th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide is happening right now. Foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. During the first week of April 2026, redemption centers will start processing live appointments in accordance with full JSORA protocol. The schedule is already being filled with authorized Tier 4B participants, according to sources within 2 U.S. Treasury branches. We've been all ready for this moment. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. What we think we know as of Monday, March 16th. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News, former Georgia State Representative Karen Bennett, Democrat, the same radical who pushed hard for Black Lives Matter and defund the police, just pleaded guilty to federal charges for fraudulently stealing taxpayer money. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News, President Trump just went hard against Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for being owned by the cartels. She should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels. For some reason, she doesn't want to do that. The cartels are running Mexico. Sunday, March 15th, boom. Rubio draws the line. U.S. cuts citizenship exit fee from $2,350 to $450. Visas are a privilege, not a right. Sunday, March 15th, Newsmax bombshell. Obama at the center. Sedition, lies, treason. Calls for arrest explode. After 2016 plot exposed, it's time to arrest Barack Obama. Sunday, March 15th, Operation Red File. Leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy. Trump signs military arrest order. JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Sunday, March 15th, bombshell report, the Comey files. Traitor identified, code red.
It's Monday the 16th of March 2026 and it's March Madness. There is so much going on right now in the world for those people who are awakened. You can see everything. It's happening in plain sight. We're seeing the complete collapse of the old system. And for those that are wide awake, you can see the birth of a new system. For those who are half awake, you can only see the collapse of the old system. But don't panic, because the more you wake up, the more you'll see. And I'll give you one little example. We obviously had the Epstein files dropped on us with 6 million pages. Now, there's no way in the world that you can go through 6 million pages in a day, let alone a week or a month. It takes time. And one of the things that jumped out at a lot of people was the exposure of what really happened on 9/11. That was all in the Epstein files. And that was a collaboration between George W. Bush and Jeffrey Epstein. The attack was all planned between the two of them. It's all there in black and white when you take the time to do your research. And all of this is being exposed in real time for those people who have the time and the inclination to do the research. And then once you start to do the research, you wake up. And when you wake up, it's very difficult to go back to sleep again. There are those that have gone back to sleep again because they couldn't be bothered to continue the work. That's not a problem. That's up to you. It's your choice.
Well, just after last week when we reported Donald Trump suggested the United States may